Okay, board members, we're about to start in a few seconds. Oh, wow. Did we ever do the
We could compliment our nutrition services team if you want to.
Okay.
Put together a great reception. Welcome everybody
Okay.
for the Shining Stars and what is the other one called? Outstanding Team Award.
Yes. Oh, thank you.
Making its way across this little bit.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Good evening. First of all, I want to say thank you to our nutrition services team who provided all the food out there, the delicious food. And I also wanted to say congratulations to all the Shining Star awardees, honorees, as well as the Astounding Student Achievement. So we're really excited that you're here to join us in this wonderful evening. Let's go ahead and start the agenda. We're going to go now to 2.0, which is we're going to call the meeting to order. 2.2, the Pledge of Allegiance. If we can have maybe one of the students' board members, Ms. Castro.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. You may be seated. Let's go ahead and go to 2.3, adoption of the agenda. Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carried. Let's go to 2.4, inspirational message by Miss Gwendolyn Rogers, Dowdy Rogers.
Thank you.
Miss Rogers?
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I wanted to take the time to, as many of you all know, that I'm a proud alum of San Bernardino High School, and from time to time I run into information and to share, the history of why it became Cardinal City. And this is a tribute to our students to remind them of the amazing things that they can do. So I'm so happy to see a lot of students that are here. And I also want to give recognition to Inland Empire Community News because it did come from their newspaper, and as well as the writer, I want to acknowledge Maria Santoyo. Why San Bernardino High School is known as Cardinal City. San Bernardino High School, also known as Cardinal City, is the only high school to be considered a city. The idea of Cardinal City was introduced in 1949, but was only official for Cardinal citizens. In 1956, San Bernardino Mayor Donald Malden, who was a Cardinal alum, as well as San Bernardino City Unified School District Superintendent, signed the Cardinal City Charter, making San Bernardino High School an official city in San Bernardino. In 1963, Michael Lepet, a student at San Bernardino High School who was serving as the unofficial mayor of Cardinal City, took the next step, presenting the idea to Governor Edmund Brown, who signed what is now known as Cardinal City Charter. 56 years after he graduated from San Bernardino High School, Lepet was enthusiastic to hear back from his alum and explain how the idea of the city charter came about. As a junior, I met an intellectual introvert. Although the term did not exist, his name was Richard Rodriguez. He was wildly curious and accurately aware of the political environment at the city, state, and federal level. He saw something in me that I didn't know about myself at the time, that I could have a future in politics. He was an avid reader and had some deep, familiar relationships with the Sun. Because of those contacts, he had access to the then Governor Edmund Brown. Richard led the charge through my leadership, but his vision to approach our principal, Keith Dolan, with the idea of getting a city charter. This idea passed our student council, and we appealed to our local assemblymen to create a bill to make that a reality. Over a period of time, several months, the bill passed and was signed by the governor. At some point after that, the governor came to town to hand deliver and bestow on us the charter. So I wanted to contribute that to our youth and let them know that you can do anything. There's nothing too impossible. And for us in the city of San Bernardino, there's amazing things that are happening all the time. And we just have to take the time to focus on those. And sometimes we have to reflect back on the good that has taken place and build upon that. And then lastly, on another lighter note, I want to let all of you know, and I think I've seen some people walking in with some pink boxes, that today is National Donut Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers, for sharing that historical piece that we have here in the district. Thank you. Let's go ahead and go to 3.1, Outstanding Student Achievement, Outstanding Achievement Awards, as well as Special Recognition Shining Star Award. So if we're going to go ahead and come forward, is that what it? Yes, okay. Let's go ahead.
Oh, I love it. That's great.
Good evening. The Board of Education is pleased to honor students, parents, grandparents, and staff from Hillside University Demonstration Elementary School, Riley College Prep Academy, Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy, and Arroyo Valley High School. The board recognizes outstanding students to build self-esteem and honor excellence in academics, athletics, fine arts, citizenship, and most improvement. The board will also recognize outstanding parents, volunteers, and employees. Assembly Member James Ramos of the 40th District has provided special certificates for the outstanding students, and the San Bernardino Symphony provides free concert tickets to all student and parent award winners and their families. As we call each student honoree, would you, your family, and your teacher please come forward to greet the board and to take a photo with our superintendent. Our district photographer will direct you to begin by shaking board member Danny Tillman's hand, as well as all of the other board members. And after your photo, you will head to the selfie wall and wait for the rest of the students from your school. We ask that our outstanding students remain standing next to the selfie wall for a special group photo with the students from your school. Our first honorees are from Hillside Elementary School. Would Principal Tommy Archuleta please join us? And our first honoree of the evening is Dylan Molina. Dylan is a third grader in Marcia Moyer's class. With Dylan, Miss Moyer, and Dylan's proud parents, Teresa Madden and Mario Molina, and family, please join us. Dylan is a model citizen with excellent PBIS skills who's always willing to help his classmates. He is inquisitive and loves to share his knowledge with others. Dylan says he would like to play in the NFL someday. He also says he would like to become a police officer just like his father. Let's give him a round of applause. Our next honoree is fourth grader Josiah Popper. Will you please join us? We also invite his proud mother, Mary Gomez, and his teacher, Kelly Ensley, to join us. Josiah has shown a renewed interest in learning, and his motivation to succeed shows in his improved behavior and academic achievement. Josiah says he wants to attend Cal State San Bernardino and eventually wants to manage a team of salesmen. Let's give Josiah another round of applause. Next is sixth grader Camelia Romero. Her proud parents are Michelle Medina and Juan Romero. Will Camelia and her parents join Mrs. Ensley up front? Go that way, sweetie. Camelia is a model student. She demonstrates good citizenship. She loves to learn, and she always tries her best. Camelia wants to attend one of the Claremont colleges to become an ornithologist or a marine biologist. Let's give her a big round of applause. While our outstanding students pose for their group photo in front of the selfie wall, we'll welcome our next group of honorees. Would Outstanding Parent Award winner Desiree Geiger and her family please join us? Desiree has a true heart for Hillside. For more than 10 years, she has done everything from serve as the PTA president to organizing the annual Fall Festival and the school's family reading night. It's no surprise because Desiree is a Hillside parent and a former Hillside student. Let's give Desiree, an outstanding parent, a round of applause. That's okay. Also from Hillside is bilingual secretary Yolanda Yoli Carrillo. Would you please come forward? Yoli always has a positive attitude. She is dedicated to helping parents and staff, and she takes pride in her work. She makes hope happen at Hillside every day. So it's no wonder she was chosen to mentor new secretaries. Let's give Yoli another big round of applause. You've already briefly met resource teacher Kelly Ensley. Would she please come forward so that we can honor her with the Outstanding Certificated Employee Award? Kelly is being honored for always going above and beyond to help any child in need. Through her knowledge of special education and her drive to support Hillside families, she makes sure to make hope happen for every child at Hillside. Let's give everyone from Hillside another round of applause. Next, would Jamie Esteves, principal of Riley College Prep Academy, please come forward? And the first student to be honored from Riley College Prep Academy is fifth grader Orlando Gomez. Would his proud father, Juan Gomez, and Orlando's teacher, Chris Perry Hill and Alex Chapin, please join us? Orlando demonstrates stellar citizenship by supporting others, by being a model of the 16 social skills, and by just being a good friend. He's an avid reader and uses his love of books to connect with others. Orlando wants to be a police officer, or a football player when he grows up. Let's give him another big round of applause. Our next honoree is Natalia Guadarrama. Would you please come forward? She is a fourth grader in Amy Trong's class, and with Natalia, her teacher, and her proud parents, Jose Guadarrama and Adriana Gomez, please join us. Natalia is a respected and responsible student who models good behavior at all times. She is on the Honor Patrol and has auditioned for the Odyssey of the Mind Club. Natalia says she wants to attend UCR or UC Berkeley and become an elementary principal right here in San Bernardino City Unified. Would fifth grader Myala Pointer please join us? We also invite Myala's proud mother, Wonder Pointer, and Myala's teacher, Leslie Perro. Please join us up front. Myala consistently demonstrates PBIS skills and restorative justice practices. She is a high-achieving student who masters new concepts in both English and Spanish. Myala wants to attend Cal State University San Bernardino and become an artist who works in animation. Let's give Myala, our future artist, a big round of applause. While the outstanding students pose for another group photo, let's welcome our next group of honorees from Riley. Albertina Valverde is the Outstanding Parent Award winner. Would Albertina and her proud family please join us? Albertina inspires Riley families to actively engage and support all children by giving of her time freely and by being an example that everyone can follow. She is a true mark of what it means to be a pillar of the community. Congratulations, Albertina. Would outstanding grandparent Florencio Salazar and his family please join us? Florencio is very involved with his grandchildren. He attends school meetings and volunteers his time so he knows what is happening at his grandson's schools and in their lives. Thank you, Florencio, for being an outstanding grandparent. Our next honoree is Hilda Ortiz. Would you please come forward? Hilda is a team player, and she's always ready to go above and beyond in her role as attendance assistant to make sure that everyone receives excellent customer service and that students and staff have the resources they need to succeed. For these reasons, she is our outstanding classified employee from Riley Prep Academy. And the final honoree from Riley is teacher Jessica Robles. Please come forward. Jessica Robles has a positive attitude and puts a smile on everyone's face. She talks straight, and she does it with respect and positivity so that she doesn't hurt anyone's feelings. She's always available to help students, parents, and staff, even when it falls outside her job description. Thank you, Jessica, for being an outstanding certificated employee. Next up is Del Vallejo Leadership and STEAM Academy with Principal Tony Wood and the Del Vallejo's leadership team. Please join us. Please welcome 8th grader Adrian Flores and his proud family, Elizabeth Flores and Juan Llamas. Adrian's teacher is Deborah Lee. Will you please join us as well? Adrian is a model, scholar, and athlete who exhibits good behavior. He completes his assignments and is a starter on the school softball team. Adrian says he wants to attend UCLA and become a professional baseball player or work in the criminal justice system. Let's give Adrian a big round of applause. Next is 7th grader Rachel Gonzalez. Would she and her proud mother, Linda Gonzalez, join us? Rachel is an example of a student who understands both the importance of the arts and academics. She plays the baritone in the advanced band, but her focus is always on maintaining her 4.0 GPA. Rachel says she is excited about becoming a Pacific Pirate so that she can earn top grades and attend a 4-year university so that she can become a veterinarian. Let's give Rachel another round of applause. Next is 6th grader Layla Johnson. Would she and her proud parents, Cecil and Solange Lopez Johnson, please join us? Layla stays on task and is always focused on her studies, which is evident because she has earned a 3.66 GPA. That's worth a round of applause. She is also helpful and kind, which is why teachers can always count on her to represent the 6th grade team. Layla says she wants to attend Spelman College and eventually become a professional photographer. Let's give her a big round of applause. While the students from Del Vallejo get ready to pose for a photo, let's invite outstanding parent Leticia Brown to please come forward with her proud family. Leticia is extremely active and supportive of Del Vallejo's vision. It looks like she's not able to be with us this evening, but we will make sure that she gets her award. Our next honoree is bilingual community resource worker Anna Ramirez. Anna works hard every day so all students have their basic needs met and feel a sense of belonging and safety. And she does it all with a positive attitude. The excitement and joy she demonstrates at work is infectious and makes the entire school a better place to be. Let's give Anna another round of applause. Our next honoree is Shanna Lyon. Will her and her family please join us? Shanna is an outstanding grandparent. since her eldest grandson is enrolled at Del Vallejo. She assumed the role of mother and father for her grandchildren, and she works to make sure all their needs are met. And she still finds the time to provide unconditional support to the Del Vallejo family. Let's give this outstanding grandparent another round of applause. Next up is music teacher Todd Montemayor. Will you please come forward, Todd? Todd has a passion for music and education. He works with all students to make sure they receive high quality, equitable instruction while making learning music fun. He also works with staff and coordinates with other school sites so that his students have opportunities to perform and the community has a chance to hear the beautiful music his students make. Let's give everyone from Del Vallejo another big round of applause. And finally, we have Arroyo Valley High School. Would Principal Bernardo Valenzuela please come forward? We also will like to invite Head Counselor Gwen Pittman, who nominated all of the students who are being honored today. Let's welcome 12th grader Miguel Antonio and his proud parents. Miguel is a scholar and an athlete. He is taking rigorous IB classes, and he is the president of the Arroyo Valley High School Running Club. And as senior class president, he helped create a positive, inclusive school culture. Miguel plans to attend Cal State San Bernardino and major in finance or marketing. Let's give him another round of applause. Not here. Next is 12th grader Veronica Banuelos with her proud parents Luis Banuelos and Margarita Ramos. Please come forward. Veronica is extremely intelligent and motivated. She's also an IB scholar with a 4.9 GPA. Is she with us? Veronica? Yeah. It looks like Veronica's not able to be with us, but Principal Valenzuela will make sure that she gets her award. And our final honoree from Arroyo is 10th grader Marissa Collins. Is Marissa here? Yay. Would Marissa and her proud parents, Hosea and Marlene Collins, join us? Marissa is smart and hardworking. She's willing to do whatever it takes to further her education. She has taken the initiative to travel to Vietnam over the summer to see how medicine is practiced in other countries. Marissa says she wants to major in medicine and attend an Ivy League college. Let's give Marissa another round of applause. While the students from Arroyo Valley pose for their picture, we'd like to welcome Erica Gonzalez Alvarez, our outstanding parent, to please come forward. Give her a round of applause. Is Erica Gonzalez Alvarez here? We will make sure she gets her award. From Arroyo Valley, our outstanding grandparent is Pauline Dett. Pauline and your family, will you please come forward? Pauline has taken a real interest in her grandchildren's education. Will Pauline and her family please come forward? She is instilling in them pride as well as a desire to always be the best they can be. She also supports the African American Parent Advisory Council. Pauline, we thank you for being an outstanding grandparent. Let's give her another round of applause. Our next Royal Valley honoree is attendance technician Nichelle Miller. Would you please come forward? Nichelle is always the first to arrive at a Royal Valley, and she manages to be the last one to leave. She's always pleasant and professional, and she demonstrates excellence by maintaining impeccable records and by focusing on serving others. Let's give Nichelle Miller another round of applause. And our final outstanding certificated employee is Spanish teacher Maria Figueroa. Would you please come forward? Maria maintains a professional and positive attitude when interacting with both students and staff. She treats everyone with respect and is focused on success for all through empowering and motivating others. Thank you, Maria, for your dedication. Our final honoree is school outreach worker Elizabeth Gonzalez. Elizabeth was nominated by the Arroyo Valley High School student board member Anissa Castro and Principal Bernardo Valenzuela. For 10 years, Elizabeth has dedicated her time to helping students and families. Her unwavering kindness and compassion she shows to struggling students is just one of the many ways she helps them overcome obstacles to success. Let's give all of the Arroyo Valley High School honorees a final round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we have more awards. Tonight, we will be honoring this year's Shining Star Award honorees. On behalf of the Board of Education and Superintendent Dr. Del Marsden, let me express my sincere gratitude to all of the dedicated guest teachers and substitute employees who work in the San Bernardino City Unified School District. You are a vital part of our district's mission to make hope happen for students. We truly appreciate your hard work and dedication, and we are pleased to host this reception in your honor. It gives me great pleasure to present the Board of Education's 2019 Shining Star Awards for exemplary service to 10 individuals who represent the many outstanding guest teachers, substitute employees, and interns in our district. When I call your name, please come forward to receive your Shining Star Award. We also invite the administrators and staff of your school or department and your family to come forward with you. Our classified substitutes will be honored first, followed by our guest teachers. From Richardson Prep High Middle School, substitute custodian Antonio Alvarado is our first Shining Star honoree. Will Richardson's Vice Principal Doug Momberger please come forward? Now, Antonio could not be with us today, but his son, Antonio Jr., is here to accept the award on behalf of his father. Antonio Sr. is a hardworking substitute who takes pride in maintaining a clean school. His knowledge of custodial equipment and skills were evident this summer when Antonio completed the top-to-bottom classroom cleaning, stripping, waxing, and shampooing of all floors and pressure washing the entire exterior of Richardson Prep. Antonio, we value your sense of purpose and we thank you for being an asset to our district. Let's hear it again for Antonio. Our next honoree is Hunt Elementary intern, Sierra Castile. We invite Principal Chris Calling to join us, along with Sierra's family and any other staff members from Hunt. Sierra has positive passion and she takes initiative with every project assigned to her. She has been instrumental in troubleshooting technology issues and organizing classroom curriculum. No task is too daunting for her. When Hunt did not have a resource teacher, Sierra stepped in and volunteered her time to ensure that all teachers had curriculum and supplies to start the school year. She recently completed her bachelor's degree and is now earning a master's degree to be a school psychologist. Let's give her another round of applause. Our third Shining Star winner is substitute clerk Isabel Dominguez. Isabel works in the Communications Community Relations Department. Would her supervisor, Communications Officer Maria Garcia, please come forward along with Isabel's family? Isabel is assigned to the busy district switchboard at the Professional Development Center, where her guiding principle is focused on results together. Regardless of where she is assigned, Isabel is service-oriented and dedicated to the district. Isabel learns protocols and processes quickly, and her work is always on time and error-free. Thank you, Isabel, for your exemplary service. Let's give her another round of applause. Now we have the pleasure of honoring Printing Services intern Devin Hancock. Would Reprographics Supervisor Oscar Del Villar please join us? Devin, along with any Printing Services staff. Devin is a 2017 graduate of Arroyo Valley High School. He is now working on his AA degree at Chaffey College with plans to transfer to Cal Poly Pomona to study engineering. Since joining the print shop as a part-time college intern 2 years ago, Devin's skills have grown tremendously. His positive passion and his bright smile have infused the print shop with a renewed sense of energy and purpose. Let's give Devin Hancock another round of applause. Our fifth and final classified Shining Star honoree is Elvira McKenzie. Will Elvira and her family please join us? She is a substitute cafeteria worker for nutrition services, and her supervisor is Tony DeMille. Would you please come forward along with the nutrition services team? Elvira has worked at nutrition services as a substitute for about 19 years. Because of her emotional commitment to students, no matter where she's assigned, she always does a great job. She is fluent in Spanish, which helps her communicate with students learning English. Elvira is able to prioritize the needs of the kitchen to make sure everything is ready for the meals. As a side note, Elvira is married to our interpreter translator, Mark McKenzie, who works in the communications department. Elvira, we thank you for going above and beyond to serve our students. Let's give her another big round of applause. Now we will present Shining Star Awards to 5 dedicated guest teachers who truly display emotional commitment and a sense of purpose in serving our students. When I call your name, please join us up front with your school administrator, family, and colleagues. First up is Muscoy Elementary guest teacher, Angelica Alvarez. Will Principal Dana Jamison please come forward? Angelica has excellent rapport with students and staff. Because of her emotional commitment, she has taken on 2 long-term assignments at Muscoy. She displays excellent skills as a bilingual educator, and her classroom management is sound. She willingly and expertly kept up with student portfolios, wrote report cards, and held conferences with parents. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Angelica another round of applause. Our next Shining Star Award recipient is Wong Elementary guest teacher, Adam Bogreen. Would you please come forward, Adam? He is being joined by Principal Dorothy Sauls, family members, and anyone from the Bing Wong family. Adam is a true professional who makes hope happen daily through his caring and loving personality. He seeks out students and employees to greet and engage in authentic conversation, always giving words of encouragement. And if Adam happens to have a sticker, you're sure to get one as well. From working with scholars in the moderate to severe SDC classes to coaching sports teams and moving furniture to organize parent engagement opportunities, Adam can be counted on to give 100%. Let's thank Adam for his outstanding service. Is he the one who did the dad bomb? What was it called? Man March. Yes. Adam also coordinated an outstanding Million Fathers March at Bing Wong. So let's give him another round of applause. Our next Shining Star honoree is Jonathan Harris, and he's a guest teacher at Dominguez. Will Principal Alejandro Hernandez and anyone else from the Dominguez Elementary School family please come forward? Adam is a resident guest teacher at Dominguez, where his spirit of professionalism shines bright. As a product of our district, Jonathan believes that he has been called back to San Bernardino City Schools to be a role model for the younger generation. Jonathan mostly works with special education students. He has a way with scholars that allows them to trust him, and he's able to use his personal background to connect with the students. Adam, we truly appreciate your sense of purpose and your focus. Let's give Jonathan another big round of applause. Our 4th Shining Star honoree is Adriana Irigoyen. Did she come? Adriana is a guest teacher at Urbita Elementary, where Sarah McCain is the principal. Will you and the Urbita family please join us? When it comes to teaching students, Adriana's sense of purpose truly shines. As a guest teacher, she wears many hats, including long-term guest teacher, rover, guest teacher, testing administrator, science teacher, and leader of the Learning Academy. And she excels at everything she does. Every action at work is intentional and is done with the best interest of all students. Let's give Adriana another big round of applause. Now we have our final Shining Star honoree, and she is Brown Elementary guest teacher Stacy Newcomer. Will Brown's principal, Maria Martinez, and anyone here from Brown Elementary please join us? Stacy is a team player and a role model to her colleagues. She always arrives to her assignment well before her start time. Additionally, Stacy performs functions outside of her role, pitching in to answer phones and greet families even when the office is short-staffed. Stacy has also made an extra effort to provide incentives for students for the weekly raffle, and she buys the prizes herself. Stacy, thank you for your dedication to our students. We salute your work as a shining star. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's show our appreciation for all of tonight's honorees with one final round of applause. This concludes our awards presentation. Thank you.
Karen, oh my gosh, how did this happen? Karen, before I even touch anything, it just went into I'm so used to my one, right? I forget its touch.
Okay, so welcome back. Thank you so much. And congratulations again to all the awardees. We will move to 3.3, the Arrowhead Grove update.
And the board welcomes Mr. Steve Pontel. Thank you, Mr. Pontel. You please approach the podium, and good evening. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Marsden, Madam President, members of the board. Dr. Marsden, I think I'd rather have the announcer that was announcing all the winners announce me, a little more enthusiasm behind it. I don't know. So thank you for allowing me to have a few minutes. I won't take more than 45 minutes to an hour to give you an update on what's going on at Arrowhead Grove. And specifically with regard to what's going to be happening next. I do have a very quick PowerPoint presentation. Some of this, some of you have seen before. But just so you know, to put it in context, we started this project in 2011, so we've been working on it diligently for a while. The first phase is Valencia Vista. How many of you had the opportunity to tour Valencia Vista? Just to check, a few of you. I would encourage all of you to tour. This was the first off-site phase of 75 affordable units on the corner of Valencia and 9th Street. And so it's the fascinating project in a number of ways. And it was really us planting a flag in the neighborhood and planting a flag in the community, showing the quality of development that is coming. Because as you may recall or be aware, there was a lot of skepticism about what would actually be developed as we began to rehabilitate or completely redevelop the 1943 public housing project known as Waterman Gardens. So we renamed it Arrowhead Grove. Valencia Vista was an off-site first phase in order to allow for the relocation of residents as we then began to work on-site. Olive Meadow was the first on-site phase, right on the corner of Olive and La Junta. 61 units that has also been operating since 2017. Another opportunity for you to see what we're doing in the neighborhood. And we have just started over the last month essentially breaking ground, moving dirt on the next phase, which will be the largest phase so far, 184 units, which includes 36 units of market rate. One part of our commitment to the city is we'd be introducing market rate units into the project. It's been fascinating as we've started the project from the very beginning. We've had hundreds of inquiries from people that want to rent the properties. If they were market rate, then those opportunities would present themselves. And so we're now going to be introducing this and testing the market in this neighborhood. Essentially the first new family apartments being built in the city of San Bernardino for at least the last 30 years that are not senior or student housing. And so this is an opportunity for the city.
What does market rate mean?
Market rate means no subsidy. And so the rents are what the market is, as opposed to the rest of the units have various levels of subsidy for targeted population.
And then what is the amount of population of those that live within the apartments that you're planning to have?
Out of the next phase of 184 units, we'll have 36 which are non-subsidized.
But will that be considered also affordable housing?
No.
No, so that's not affordable housing.
Pardon me?
Is that affordable housing or no?
Out of the 184 units, 36 would not be considered affordable housing or subsidized. The other 150 or 148 units will have various degrees of subsidy. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Did I answer? And just to clarify, the term affordable housing is very broad, and it encompasses an entire spectrum of qualified residents based on income and also based on other classifications. And so within this property, this is a working family property where the vast majority of the residents will be working. And so if you look at the units, will go all the way up to 60% of median income. And so if the median income, and it's the county's median income, if the median income in the county is $50,000 a year, then this would be for families that are making $30,000 a year. And so that gives you an idea of who the population that would be living within the property. The unsubsidized units or the market rate units would be families that are making any amount of money. And that is a conversation we've had with a number of partners in the community, such as the school district, the city, the county, St. Bernardine's, Loma Linda, organizations that would like to have access to units for various categories of employees as we attempt to create, once again, a market in this neighborhood that will hopefully spur additional market rate development to meet the housing needs of people working in the city of San Bernardino. As I'm sure you're aware, with your own employees as a sample, The city of San Bernardino has about 80,000 employees that work in the city. The vast majority of those employees do not live in the city. And so that's a real opportunity for the city, is to create housing to attract people that are working in the city to have those opportunities to actually live in the city. And so we're attempting to do that.
Would that also create where the renting or the market itself in other neighborhoods will also rise, and then pushing out maybe low-income families that cannot afford it? Is that as a risk?
Yeah, it's a good question. And so the category is the conversation is around what's termed gentrification. And when the gentrification hits a certain threshold, essentially the market demand has been created such that the people that historically lived in the neighborhood are then no longer able to afford it because the housing prices have risen pretty dramatically.
Right.
From a market analysis standpoint, the city of San Bernardino is a long way from that. Currently in the city of San Bernardino, the market is not strong enough to support new development. That's why there has been no multifamily development in the city of San Bernardino. So what we're trying to do is pilot, prove the point, prime the pump, whatever you want to call it, in order to begin to attract additional investment. So the city of San Bernardino would have decades and decades to go before it hit that gentrification point that would drive out from an affordability standpoint. However, the biggest problem the city of San Bernardino has is properties that are absentee owned and not well managed among the single family housing units in the city. And so what happens is there's a tipping point in a neighborhood of homeowners versus renters in a neighborhood that has an effect on a neighborhood. And when the property is owned by people that don't live in the city, and they don't care about who the tenants are, and they don't maintain the property, then that has a significant negative effect on the community. So a big part of our goal with this entire project has been to create affordable housing so people are not forced to live in conditions where the housing is not being taken care of, and so provide housing alternatives. At the same time, the city would be increasing the code enforcement requirements on those housing units that are not being adequately maintained, and those properties where residents are not being adequately managed. The perception is often that the problem house in a neighborhood would be a quote-unquote Section 8 house. The reality is Section 8 homes are inspected twice a year. The residents have to abide by a very tight code of content. And so it is almost never the case that a problem house in a neighborhood is a subsidized house in some way. It's almost always the case where it's an absentee owner that really doesn't care what's going on the property. And so that's a whole category that needs to be taken care of and would be absorbed by the market before you would even start getting to the point where gentrification would begin to occur. So that's kind of a long answer. Gentrification is an issue in certain communities and certain neighborhoods. In the city of San Bernardino, the other side of the equation is currently the problem, where there's not the market demand to support the development of new housing, rental housing. And so that's the challenge that is kind of the first step in the process for the city of San Bernardino.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did.
It was a little bit long, sorry.
That's okay. That was good.
Just to give an idea, some of the off-site improvements that will be accomplished through this next phase. Realigning Crestview and Baseline. I don't know if you know, there's a signal and a street alignment issue that'll be cleaned up. Adding a new traffic signal on Waterman and Olive in order to make the students and the pedestrians that have to cross Waterman to get to the schools and get to the retail to have a much safer experience. Safe routes to school along Olive. I don't know how many of you have been along Olive, but it's a mini drag strip and not the safest environment. And along those lines, there will be what's called traffic calming measures implemented on Olive as a result of this next phase, which can essentially be, you call them obstacles, visual obstacles as much as anything, where you narrow the street, you create slight terrain changes so that people slow down naturally as a result of that. And so a big part of what we're able to do, and if you've had the opportunity to see Valencia Vista and see the improvement on just that one vacant lot, the sidewalks that were added, where the kids in that neighborhood now have a much safer route to school as a result of the Valencia Vista phase. You'll see even more of that as a result of the Olive or Crestview phase that's coming forward. Just real quickly, who lives here. We will have 329 residents, 20 youth, 144 youth ages 4 to 18. According to our survey right now, we're still clarifying addresses and data, et cetera. 89 of the youth on the property attend San Bernardino City Schools. I don't know where the other 50 kids are going, but 5 of them are outside the district. But a lot of the kids in this, obviously the vast majority of the kids on our property are attending your schools. We've been working very closely with your team on the safe routes to school, the data sharing. One of the things that we're following up on as a result of some feedback that we got is making sure that our communities, our residents, our families understand the Chromebook initiative of the school district. I think our survey, Chris, was we have about 5 of our students currently using the Chromebook, so we're pushing hard to get that to 100% support. We've been supporting Uplift San Bernardino and coordinating the offsite improvements with the school district. A broad comment is our goal in doing this project is not just rebuilding housing, but really transforming the neighborhood. So we have been heavily involved in pursuing a variety of grants and a variety of initiatives, working with businesses in the community on facade improvements, working to deal with problem properties in the neighborhoods, working with the city and a whole variety of initiatives. And one of the big things that National Core also does is a lot of service initiatives for our residents. One of the primary ones are after school initiatives. We're working very closely with the schools to make sure that the programming we're offering on our properties for after school programs is coordinated with what the school district it matriculates in with what the school district is offering, so that any students living on our properties will have all of the opportunities any other any other student in the school district would have. Right now, we're looking at a number of additional opportunities and conversations with the school district, because one of the things that we believe is we will do everything we can to transform the neighborhood. The city has also invested significant resources in transforming the neighborhood. The school district has been an active partner. There's a lot of work and a lot of studies that show the critical role public schools play in neighborhood transformation. And so that's a conversation we've had with the school district the entire time we've been working on this project, is how do we make sure what we're doing and what the school district is doing is working in common. We have been talking about joint use agreements, whether it's community facilities that we're building on our properties, school district facilities. How do we make sure that we're leveraging the resources we have to the degree we can? We've had some conversations about would it be beneficial to have a K-12 neighborhood serving school in this neighborhood in conjunction with the work that we're doing, and be able to evaluate that. We've also had some conversations about some of the current school district activities on the site. There's currently a maintenance yard and a material storage facility right on Olive Street. As we clean up Olive Street, could there be an opportunity for the school district to think about what other facilities and amenities and what other kind of an environment could be created? Once again, we'd welcome a tour where we could start on one property and walk to the next property, because between us and the school district, we're the primary activity occurring on Olive Street, and so it's a tremendous opportunity to have an impact there. What I wanted to close with is the San Bernardino City Schools is something that we're very proud of. All of you should be incredibly proud. The work that you're doing and just the program that you just went through with the awards you've given just demonstrates what a critical part you are in the success of this city and in the success of the neighborhoods you're in. We stand ready to partner with you on whatever initiatives you would like to work on with us as we work together to make sure this neighborhood is the highest quality neighborhood that it can possibly be, and the students within the neighborhood have all the opportunities that are available. So with that, let me pause there and open it up for questions.
Any board members? Go ahead, Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Puntel.
Dr. Hill.
Whenever we talk about any development, anything else, what comes to my mind, jobs. So as a result of everything that you're doing, and I know there's a lot more development going, are there any jobs? Could you talk about the jobs that's available for the local residents, or even those who have previously lived in the former Waterman Gardens?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hill. The construction phase is going to generate a lot of employment activity, and we are reaching out to the community and soliciting subcontractors and individuals that want to work on different aspects of the construction part of this. We have also been working with some of the job training initiatives to provide those kinds of construction training opportunities for students and residents as well. And so during the construction phase, which will be this next phase will be open in early 2021, there will be quite a bit of employment opportunity. On an ongoing basis from a property management standpoint, there are also jobs, and we spend a lot of effort to a certain extent targeting our residents, the people that are living in our communities, to provide employment opportunities and job training opportunities for our residents. Because a big part of our goal is not that we're a landing pad where people come and then that's the end of the story, but we're a launching pad where once people get their housing stabilized, they can then begin to think about the rest of their life. And we work very closely with them on pathways to future, pathways to success. And a lot of that has to do with financial literacy, other education and training, and job skills and employment opportunities. And so we do that significantly within the community during the construction phase, and then on an ongoing basis, we do it focusing on our residents and other people in the community. We are in the process right now of launching something that we're calling Core University, because we see property management as a really positive career path for people. And within our organization right now, there's huge challenge attracting the people we need. And so we're putting together, in partnership, right now we're working with Chafee, job training, career training opportunities within property management, and we're looking to continue to expand that as well. So the short answer to your question is yes. Thank you.
And then Ms. Rogers, right after Ms. Rogers, Dr. Flores.
I'm not sure if you answered this, so I'm sorry if I'm asking it again. But on the first phase, which was the Arrowhead Grove, right? Was that the first?
The whole project's called
So it's
Arrowhead Grove.
okay, so because I heard you referring to a different name, so I said,
Right.
okay, they're naming them all
The
different.
First phase was Valencia Vista.
Okay. So my question is the residents, so the process when they tore everything down, and I was there, I did attend, but my question is those residents that moved away or wherever they went, what percentage of those residents are came back to the phase that exists right now? Do you have that data?
Good question. I know the number, so the way that it worked was, so not to give you too much detail, but this project was getting ready to move forward just as the Department of Housing and Urban Development announced a new issue known as affirmatively furthering fair housing. And this neighborhood was not determined to be what they called an opportunity neighborhood. And so we came this close to having all of the funding and the entire project killed because of that. So HUD had determined they didn't want to do any more investment in neighborhoods that had certain socioeconomic demographics, but they wanted all the investment in higher end neighborhoods. So we got Senator Feinstein involved, and we're able to get HUD to allow the project to move forward because we already had tax credit awarded. The funding was all in place. We were literally within a month of breaking ground. But one of the things that the Housing Authority did was create what they called opportunity vouchers. So anybody living in the old Waterman Gardens project could take a voucher and use it to go anywhere else in San Bernardino County. And so my understanding, Sandra, is probably about 20 of the residents. So probably at about 20 of the residents out of the 252 units that were there occupied about 230. So 10% took advantage of those opportunity vouchers to move away.
So what exactly did the opportunity voucher provide?
It provided them a housing voucher to find another housing somewhere else in the county.
Was this a guaranteed voucher that guaranteed wherever they chose they were?
If there was a unit available.
If there is unit.
And so they could move into another housing authority project, or they could take the voucher and move into a market rate property that was willing to accept the voucher.
And the reason why I raised the question, there's another similar project that was worked on about 2 to 3 years ago, maybe 4. And similar thing took place. The unfortunate thing was the displacement of the residents and where they were going. And in all honesty, a lot of those residents, either something had occurred in their life that was changed, whether it was their credit, whether it was just things that had happened in life. And so in that displacement, especially when we're also looking at the homeless population growing and what happens when there's no guarantee, which would be my concern, when there's really no guarantee to go wherever, because what I'm hearing is that they got a voucher, but we really didn't track. We don't know where they are. We don't know what happened. And because they were in that environment, obviously over a period of time, Waterman Gardens has been there forever, and unfortunately got to the place that where it was. And those residents, I'm sure, wanted the pride like everyone else. And so in my thinking, when I first heard about it, would be great. We're changing the environment for students, for families, if they have the opportunity primarily to come back now in a different environment where it's not the same as what it was over the years. So that becomes a concern, because I know another project that it was the same thing. They had the option or the opportunity to come back, but then in the application process, it was, we got to run your credit, we have to look at your background, all of these things that prior they had been living there under those conditions and as that person, but they weren't guaranteed to come back.
Yeah, 100% of the residents at the old Waterman Gardens were guaranteed the opportunity to come back without any need to apply. So there was no new application process. There were some that same thing, they got guaranteed a voucher. They didn't have to come back if they wanted to go to some other area in the county. And that was a negotiated deal with HUD. The housing authority knows where they all the people that accepted the voucher, they know where they all went. We didn't administer the vouchers, the housing authority did, but all the people that had the opportunity to come back
Did the
came
rent
back.
increase? Was there
No rent increases.
Increase? It
No.
was the same.
Yes.
Yeah. So they chose not to come back to the new apartments and go somewhere else, which doesn't make any sense. No, but he said all 100% were offered that guarantee.
Yeah, about 80% chose to come back, 20% chose to try and find a place in Rancho or wherever they wanted to
Okay.
go.
Okay. And Dr. Flores, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. I'd like clarification on the additional opportunities in terms of specifics related to joint use agreement, K-12 campus, and relocation of maintenance yard.
Sure. So we've had a number of conversations. So the Arrowhead Grove property had 38 acres, has 38 acres. And in our process of programming and developing the property, we've wanted to make sure that any community facilities we develop are in line with facilities that could be used by other agencies and other activities as well. So for example, the maintenance building on the corner of Baseline and La Junta is now going to be a workforce training facility that the housing authority has set up. There's also a Head Start preschool that's part of the property going forward, and a couple large community centers. We had land on the southern edge of the property that we could make available if the school district wanted to do something in partnership with us. And then we've also had conversations with the school district about property on the school district side of Olive. Are there community facilities that we could develop jointly that would be available to the community as a whole? So nothing specific has happened from a joint use standpoint, but we're open to those opportunities. We've had very positive conversations with the school district, and we're continuing to have those conversations about what makes sense.
Have those conversations been with our facilities people?
I would have to, we spent a lot of time with Mr. Poikert before he left. I'm not certain about the current facilities people, but we spent a lot of time with Ginger and
Poikert.
Harold and Dale, and so talking about what these opportunities and the different designs and the different plans as we've gone forward. We're just, the housing authority is, we're just now starting to work on the next phases of the property as well, which will continue to include additional community elements.
So it'd be possible facilities, joint facility construction.
Correct.
Okay.
There
And
are
what
those-
about the K-12 campus?
So there have been studies, and we shared a little bit of information, I think, in a handout that just talk about the positive effect a neighborhood school can have on transforming a neighborhood. And so we have had that conversation with the school district. We actually paid an architect early on in the process to come up with conceptual designs, what that would look like. And the thought being, anything that we can do that makes, we're not educators, so we defer to you on the education side, but anything that could be done that would have a positive impact on transforming that neighborhood, we're interested in and interested in being a partner in to see what does that look like, how does that work. And so we're, so for example, on Valencia Vista, because of the music program at the Roberts Elementary School, we added musical instruments into the landscaping, into the public spaces on the property in order to be able to reinforce music with the students that are living in the property and going to the school and just having that kind of exposure. And so if a K-12 school is deemed by you to be both positive from an education experience standpoint for the kids in that neighborhood, of which we're when by the time we're totally built out, it'll be a sizable chunk of them, and it has a positive impact on the neighborhood as a whole, then that's a conversation we're interested in continuing to pursue with the school district. And then on the maintenance yard, it just goes back to what would be the best uses as that neighborhood cleans up. And with the amount of money we're investing in this next phase, there's about $80 million we're investing in the next phase, specifically cleaning up Olive. Might there be other places the school district would want to have a material storage facility and a maintenance yard as opposed to right across the street from our property on Olive? And so those are some of the conversations we think are important.
Okay. I do have a question. So you mentioned that you would be looking at hiring locally. Do you currently have a community benefits agreement plan that's approved? And if not, are you looking into doing that, since you, just to provide a guarantee that you would be hiring local people from the city that live in the area, as well as providing full-time positions? Because I know typically a lot of these organizations or companies will hire temporary individuals, not necessarily having them as full-time. So I'm just curious, do you have currently a community benefits agreement?
Well, I'm not certain what the legal document is, but it's Section 3 in the federal code that we follow on the construction side of the project, and that has certain local hire requirements, and those requirements we have, and it does include marketing and outreach and posting of notices and the identification of both businesses that can be subcontractors as well as individuals that want to apply for jobs. So we're the general contractor. We hire all the subcontractors that do the work, and then we require our subcontractors to follow the Section 3 plan. I don't know if it's called a community benefits plan or not. I can get you a copy of that.
Yeah, that would be great, because typically the community benefits is just guaranteeing at a certain amount of level here locally. I'm not sure if you said Section 3 or Section 7?
3.
Section 3. I mean, if you're able to provide that language so we're able to see, because at
Sure.
the end of the day, we want to make sure our residents are the ones that are being hired and working on these projects.
Right, and then as far as the permanent employment piece, I'm not certain that we have that as a requirement. I mean, I think the intent is
Full-time. I was looking at full-time.
yeah, full-time. Yeah, they're full-time during the construction phase.
Right.
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
that's a part of the plan.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
So, Mr. Pontel, thank you very much. And board, as you can see, the purpose for this is to begin to probe your thinking in terms of to what extent and how and where do we want to partner with the current work that's going on to revitalize the neighborhood. So the invitation stands open. I know a number of us, I've been, and cabinet members have been. I do encourage you to take a look at the properties. I think you'd be proud of the positive change to the community. So with that, thank you, Mr. Pontel, very much.
Thank you all very much.
Appreciate
We
it.
look forward to seeing you on the property.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Okay, we were just thinking regarding the public comments as we're moving forward. So let's go ahead and resolution 3.4, resolution in recognition of Substitute Educators Day. If we can have Ms. I wrote it down here. Ms. Duhart, if you can please read that one.
Do I read the title? Okay. Whereas substitute educators are a vital part of the education profession, providing a balanced education for students, and whereas the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District joins others around the nation in recognizing Friday, November 22nd, 2019 as Substitute Educators Day. Therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Education encourages all district schools to set aside Friday, November 22nd, 2019 to acknowledge the contributions substitute employees make to our students and our schools.
So moved.
Okay, we need a second. Okay, I didn't hear that. Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carried. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead. We're going to move around here just really quickly. 6.1, which is the student board member comments. So if we can have each of our board members address this, as student board members can report on their school sites, upcoming activities and events. They may also share a comment, concern, or observation with other board members. So if we can start with Ms. Castro and then Ms. Duhart right after.
For tonight, I'll be speaking on how Arroyo Valley High School is participating in Kindness Week. So every day during lunch, we have they have booths set up with they do walls of sticky notes of kind things to say, or they write someone a note. And I just think it's a really good thing that we're doing, and I think it's like the second year that we've done it. And and I very much appreciate that the award was given to Miss Elizabeth tonight. And yeah.
What a great idea, too, for you to put that forward. So congratulations on that. That was great.
Okay. And then Ms. Duhart.
All right. I would like to speak on our annual Thanksgiving box provided by Ms. Acampo. Last year, she was able to collect over 17 boxes to give to the less fortunate families so they can partake in their Thanksgiving dinner. Our ASB has separated into groups where seniors are doing the turkeys and cranberry sauce, dinner rolls, and other canned goods. So that's been our main focus of this week all the way until the 15th, just to collect those boxes and give to the need.
Fantastic. Sounds like you're well under your way.
Okay. Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and move to board comments. I'm sorry, public comments. Public comments. Go ahead, Dale.
Sure. Thank you, Madam President. So at this time, the board welcomes Jewel Patterson and Ajane Butler. Good evening and welcome. And this is the REAL program, REAL program at San Andreas High School. Good evening, ladies, and welcome.
Good evening, board. My name is Jewel Patterson. I'm the youth organizer for COPE, which is Congregations Organized for Prophetic Engagement. And we're just here tonight to thank you all for allowing the REAL program to continue at San Andreas High School. For those of you who don't know, in short, the REAL program discusses race, education, artivism, and leadership. It's an intervention program that addresses student disengagement, chronic absenteeism, and low academic performance among Black students at San Andreas High School. Through the REAL program, we've been able to take students on their first airplane rides, provide employment opportunities through COPE, and even show their work in our recent art exhibit at our office, which you all are invited to come see. And I'd like to introduce a former student of REAL and a graduate of San Andreas High School, and a new COPE employee, Ajane Butler.
Good evening, I'm Ajane Butler, and I've been in the REAL program since my junior year of high school. And since I've been in the REAL program, I've gotten a good sense of support within my community. I've learned the importance of using my voice for things I believe in, and I also was able to get an employment opportunity after I graduated. I just want to say thank you for letting the REAL program continue at San Andreas High School. We look forward to updating you again on everything we've done since getting the innovation grant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you.
Board welcomes Naila Moore and Landre Moore. Good evening and welcome. Good evening and welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, we've been having difficulties at our school
Okay.
as like this.
What school do you attend, young man?
Serrano Middle School.
Serrano? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please, with your comments.
We've been getting not targeted, but targeted at school by the principals, teachers. Oh. Do I keep talking?
Yes.
Oh, like one incident I had, it was a fight and I was like walking on the side and they accused me of like partaking in it, and I got charged with battery, and it came out that I wasn't even, like, the truth came out and stuff, and the charge got off, but like I was basically getting targeted for something I didn't do.
Has your parent or guardian had a chance to talk to anybody at the district level about the issues that you faced?
I think his name is Mike. Yeah, my mom followed the protocol, and we had what's that called? Went down to the school district and filed a report.
Okay. Fantastic. And has anybody from the district reached back out to you yet, or not?
Yeah, but my mom wasn't informed until like a whole week after the incident happened, where like a parent had threatened us, or me, and then my mom wasn't informed until like a whole week after.
Okay. Well, here's what we'll do, Mr. Moore. We'll have, this is Dr. Lorraine Perez, so she's my assistant superintendent and works over all these matters. And so what we'll do is we'll have her team give you a call and follow up to make sure that we understand exactly what's taken place and work to assist you at the school. Is this your parent or guardian here with you
Yeah,
tonight?
and I have.
Hi, Mom. Thank you. Yeah, so we'll reach out to you and follow up and get the details tonight. So please feel free if there's anything else you'd like to add. We're happy to hear that now as well.
Hi, I'm Tanae Johnson. I'm the mother of the two.
Hi, Ms. Johnson. Thank you.
I have followed proper protocol for
Sure.
everything I'm supposed to do. I
Great.
have met with Dr. Perez before.
Oh, you have met with Dr.
Yes.
Perez. Fantastic.
But very familiar with her.
Okay.
And it's unfortunate there's nothing happening.
Okay.
We have met together as a group. The principals reassured that the kids would be okay, safety, no targeting, harassing, sexual orientation, none of the above. But it seems like they're not happy, they're not safe, and every time I have a meeting, it's like meeting after meeting, it's going around different protocols, and they're not comfortable with being at the school that they're at, to the point that they just want to leave the school.
Mm-hmm.
Can I I'd like to ask a
Dr.
clarifying
Flores.
question. Do you guys feel like you're being bullied?
Of course,
They do,
yes.
on a daily basis?
By the principals?
I don't know.
Because we're addressing the principals. It's
you're
about all the
addressing
principals.
But you
Yes.
feel that you're being targeted and bullied. Kids, right?
Correct.
The kids, okay. And were you suspended or were you arrested, or what was the charge?
Of course.
He said I was under arrest, but I didn't get like handcuffed or anything.
Did
He
you get a
called my mom.
citation?
Yeah, I did. I got the ticket.
You did? How old are you?
12.
You're 12? Well, I personally think, Dr. Marsden, that this situation has to be dealt with,
Mm-hmm.
and also that his citation has to be null and void if that's the case, if he was not involved. I mean, I just, I feel bad that this happened to you, and because I'm a mother, and I understand. Well, we all are parents. We all feel for you, Ms. Johnson. So I hope that this is resolved as soon as possible.
Thank you.
And that your desires are met. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your comments. If you have any further comments, we're welcome to hear those.
Okay. No, we're,
Just say what you need to say. Say what you need to say. She's a little nervous, sorry.
That's
It's her
okay.
first time doing this.
yeah.
That's
Tell them
okay.
what you've been telling me. That's all you have to do.
I'm in 8th. Well, I'm being harassed for my sexuality and because
Just tell them, baby. It's okay. Take your time.
I got a high level for hugging my friend, and my fingernail got stuck on her backpack, and I got a high level for that. And my mom came down to the school. She followed protocol, and she talked to Miss Freeman and Miss Cleveland, and they were telling my mom like they were gonna follow me around the school and make sure I'm not like touching anybody in any sorts of way or anything like that. And today, Miss Freeman was at lunch just like telling my friends not to talk to me, and like just like telling my friends like not to follow me anywhere. And yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. So you have our full attention. So we will definitely be reaching out to you and follow up on the matter and dig in and see, where things are. So thank you for bringing it to our attention.
And I do want to mention, first of all, that we are providing trainings that's supposed to deal with some of these issues across the district. And although it's unacceptable, period, regarding the sexual orientation and, of course, how you identify, but we need to do better and just making sure that all of our staff members are being able to look at this and being mindful of that. So I appreciate you bringing this forward, and so we can look more into it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you. Board welcomes Mr. Jay Lindberg, topic of climate science and curriculum.
Hi there, Miss Abigail.
How are you doing? It's been a while.
Yeah, I was up in Washington State. Our home got vandalized, so I had to come down here and take care of it. So that's why I'm back down here. Washington State's really nice. Yeah, a couple of years ago, I went to this seminar or whatever at Valley College, and I was doing this climate work. And I asked to find out what sort of curriculum they had, like, let me take a look at it, and I didn't get any luck at Valley College, and when I went to the school district, I didn't get any luck with you guys either. It's almost like the Koch brothers or Koch brothers, had their hands on your throats and said, "Don't tell them anything." That's kind of what it feels like, because I've actually seen them support school boards, so it's not like that isn't a legitimate threat. So anyway, what I'd like to do is I'd like to get a look at your curriculum, because I've been dealing with a climate scientist now in this field for about 4 years, and I've done a lot of research over the years, written a few books, and stirred up a lot of trouble. And I'd like to take a look at it, and I'd also like to, a couple other things is we've got this organization called Extinction Rebellion out there, and I bet nobody up on this board has looked into what they're all about. Anybody? I didn't think so. Anyway, so, I look at some of the science that they're dealing with, and, when that little Greta girl, this like little pint-sized girl got up there and said, "You've taken away our future. You've taken away our hopes and dreams." The science that we're dealing with, that's a legitimate threat. And what I'd like to also do is I'm working on a little project, sort of like climate science for dummies, politicians. I assume y'all are elected officials, so I guess, and lawyers and whatever, and administrators. And I'll make it nice and simple so that when you look at it, you go, "Oh God, oh boy, we're in trouble." And what I'd like to do with that is I'd like to look at y'all actually evaluating whether or not, maybe Extinction Rebellion is something that y'all could support. Because the bottom line is, if they're right about the science And I've been dealing with these climate scientists for 4 years. If they're right about the science, then it really is rebellion or extinction. That I'll give you an example of that. I can compare it to something that we deal with in America. And when you're dealing with nuclear weapons, you know, and they're talking about spending $2 trillion on the next generation of nuclear weapons. One thing that they leave out is if you take a tactical nuclear weapon and you target a nuclear reactor facility, nuclear power facility with like 5 reactors and a bunch of cooling pods and the whole bit, you have a nuclear weapon with about 20 kilos of fissionable material. And you've got a nuclear power reactor with over 200 tons of fissionable material. Now guess what happens when you use fissionable material to target a whole bunch of fissionable material? That's how you created the hydrogen bombs. This is like one step further. What I'm trying to say is that when you're dealing with nuclear weapons and you realize only one nuclear weapon targeting a nuclear power facility can create an explosion that's 10,000 times bigger than the tactical nuclear weapon, you've got something that's apocalyptic. Now, when you're dealing with climate change, and we're all hearing about carbon dioxide, well, one thing that happens when you break down methane is it ends up carbon dioxide and water. So when you're looking at the historical record, you don't have the evidence of the methane releases. All you've got is the carbon dioxide spikes. And methane, as an example, is 140 times more potent than carbon dioxide on a molecular level as a greenhouse gas, which means that you don't need a lot of methane in the atmosphere to do the same thing as a lot of carbon dioxide. And addressing climate change without addressing the methane issues is the same thing as addressing building another generation of nuclear weapons when you realize that all you need is one of those things targeting a nuclear power facility to create an apocalyptic event. That's where we're going. That's what the Extinction Rebellion people are understanding. That it really is a situation.
Time.
If we don't clean up this mess, it's going to be really bad.
Good evening, Mr.
Thank you.
Lindberg.
Thank you so much for bringing that. Thank you.
Board welcomes Mr. Jim O'Neill to address the board. Good evening, Mr. O'Neill, and welcome.
I feel like I can pass an AP test in physics right now. It's very interesting. Well, good evening, President Medina, members of the board, Superintendent Marsden, and cabinet and staff. As you've heard, my name is Jim O'Neill. I'm one of 5 trustees from the Redlands Unified School District. And my comments tonight are addressed more specifically to you, President Medina.
Of course.
I hope you are surprised to see me here, and as much surprised as we were 2 weeks ago when you came to our board meeting and approached our podium and spoke to our board, flanked by both Redlands Employee Association presidents.
Yes, I did.
After stating your board title, you proclaimed that our employees were not receiving their fair share. You compared salaries between our districts. You questioned how our funds were being allocated. And you made a puzzling comparison statement about student performance and salary between our 2 districts.
That's right.
As expected, your words were met with much cheering and applause from the approximately 100 red-shirted association members seated in the audience. You also went on to make suggestions for our closed session discussions regarding our budgets and salaries. It's no secret that we have been having challenging labor salary negotiations. Superintendent Ariano and the board have been very disappointed in our association leaders with their contentious strategies and divisive rhetoric. Our desire has always been to foster a collaborative, transparent, and ethical relationship with the association leaders, but your presence 2 weeks ago and your comments only served to reinforce their misguided strategies. by your spoken words, we as a board were both surprised and somewhat disgruntled by your lack of understanding when it comes to the complexities and processes of salary negotiations, especially budgets and local control funding formula allocations. In the spirit of boardsmanship and collegiality, we would have expected you to reach out to our president of the board for clarifying information before becoming involved in our issues and making public comments about them. You must know that as trustees, we must always seek a balance between fiscal responsibility and fair employee compensation. But you didn't make that clear when you spoke. If you are looking for venues to frame and grandstand your personal political campaign for public office, I would like to suggest that you not take sides on an issue without seeking and knowing the facts. Should you want to address our board in the future, my president and the board request that you speak as a member of the community and that you have the courtesy to reach out to President Parachi so that your comments can be factual, fair, and balanced. So to all of you, on behalf of your partners, as we are in education, thank you for your time, and may we all keep our students and employees safe, thriving, and succeeding. Thank you.
I appreciate your comments. And just to clarify for those, I was asked to speak on regards some of the issues. And when you look, and I've been going to different school districts, and if you were to look at some of the salaries and the benefits, I didn't realize when you look at other school districts what the lackings were compared to us. So I was just used to what our school district offers in 100% full benefits. And so I automatically assumed other school districts were doing the same, and the percentage that they were paying, and of course the increases and so forth. And so I'm sorry you took it that way and the board took it that way. I was coming as a community member who happens to be a school board member and school board president. And the reality is that if someone asks me to defend their pay and their benefits, I will do so wholeheartedly. So I will continue to do so, not just in Redlands. It can be anywhere within the area. All right, thank you so much.
Those are all the public comments, Madam President.
Okay. So let's go ahead and go to, we're going to go ahead and go to closed session, 4.1. Do we have any public comments on closed session items?
No, Madam President.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and adjourn. Okay, good evening. Thank you for your patience. We're going to go ahead and, as the board are sitting, 5.0, which is reconvene to open session. And we're going to go ahead, I'm going to go ahead and read out 5.1. Be resolved. Let me make sure. Be resolved that the Board of Education approves placing classified certificated employees CERT 19-20-05 on compulsory unpaid leave of absence pursuant to Education Code sections 44940 and 44940.5 and directs administration to send the appropriate notices. Can I have a motion? Okay, so this is a motion. There's second. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? Hearing none, let's go ahead and so the motion carries. Sorry. Motion passes. Let's go to 5.2. Okay, 5.2, which is be resolved that the Board of Education approves settlement agreement number C1-19-20-02 in the amount of $15,800. Board of Education authorizes Deborah Love, Purchasing Director, to sign any related documents. Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? Okay, motion carried. Let's go to 5.3, HR Class 19-20-08. Be resolved that the Board of Education approves the notice of recommendation for disciplinary action and statement of charges to suspend without pay for 2 days the following classified employee from his or her employment with the district, HR Class 19-20-08. Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? Okay, motion carried. 5.4, elementary school principal appointment. Okay. So be it resolved that the Board of Education approves the appointment of the following employee. 5.5, Edison. 5.4, Rios Erika, elementary school principal, effective date, work year, and salary determined. Funding 035. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carried. Congratulations. I believe she's not here. Okay. 5.5, Director, Student Wellness and Support Services appointment. And that is Edison. Be resolved that the Board of Education approves the appointment of the following employees. Edison Shakenya, Director, Student Wellness and Support Services, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined. Funding 524. Can I have a motion? There's a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? Okay, motion carried. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and go to, congratulations. 6.0, we already had student and we had public comments. So we're moving to 8.0, presentations. 8.1, key performance indicator, suspension, expulsions, and citation update.
Thank you, Madam President. It's our pleasure, Board. You regularly get a chance to look at our student data based on your key performance indicators, and that's, I think, one of the great strengths of this board is that you focus on the right drivers for student achievement, and looking at these key performance indicators gives you a sense of how we're doing. And so tonight we have a great presentation lined up for you to give you an overview of where we are currently at relative to our data on suspensions, expulsions, and citations. So with that, Dr. Lorraine Perez and team.
Good evening, Board President Rosales Medina, Vice President Rogers, esteemed board members, and cabinet. On behalf of the team with me tonight, Chief Paulino and Dr. Bikendova, we appreciate this opportunity to provide an update related to expulsions, suspensions, and citations. The outcomes for this presentation are to share expulsion and citation data as well as preliminary suspension data. The suspension information is preliminary in that the official data will not be released by the state until December. We will also provide an update on the systems that are supporting improved behavioral outcomes for students. We'll start with an overview of information. We are pleased to share that expulsions have decreased from 67 to 38 during the 2018-2019 school year. This decrease is attributed to two things: connecting students to mental health services and the use of youth court as an alternative and other means of correction. Both of these approaches allow for getting to the root cause of the student's behavior and the opportunity to equip students with a more appropriate means to respond or cope with situations and circumstances. Taking a look at the second bullet, suspensions have increased from 2,789 to 2,910, which accounts for an increase of 121 suspensions. That takes our suspension rate from 5.1 to 5.4. This increase is directly attributed to higher instances of drug and tobacco use, as well as violations related to threats and fights. We will be sharing the approach to addressing the increase later in the presentation. Lastly, we are pleased to share that citations have continued to decrease from 211 to 158, which Chief Paulino will address in the final portion of tonight's presentation. The next several slides provide a visual representation of the three-year trend data for expulsions and suspensions. On slide 4, you see the three-year trend data for expulsions. Between 2016 and 2019, we have seen a 61.5% decrease in expulsions, again, which is primarily attributed to collective efforts. This means that whenever reasonable and legally allowable, other means of correction are utilized prior to pursuing the expulsion route. For example, if a student is clearly in need of mental health services, our team works with Inland Behavioral Health in order to help the student access Tier 2 and Tier 3 services. The student may be placed on contract to provide the time needed for the interventions to work. Additionally, the youth court option is used whenever appropriate. Essentially, when the situation and law allows, we attempt to exhaust all other means of correction. On the following slide, we see the trend for suspension, which has decreased 6.9% over the past 3 years. On slide 6, the total number of days suspended is provided. We see that between 2016 and 2019, the 3-year trend indicates a decrease of 8.3% in the number of days that students have been suspended. While this number is greater than we'd like, the impact on student attendance accounts for less than 0.25% of the total student potential days of attendance. This brings us to a further breakdown of suspensions by incident. As mentioned earlier, we have seen an increase in 3 specific incidences, which is consistent with what is being reported by our surrounding districts, as well as what's in line with what we're seeing across our nation. 48900C, which is possession or under the influence of any controlled substance, accounted for an increase of 191 suspensions in the 2018-2019 school year. 48900H, possession or use of tobacco or tobacco products, which we attribute to an increase in vaping, saw an increase of 53 more instances during the 2018-2019 school year over the previous year. Lastly, 48900A1, to cause, attempt, or threaten physical injury, has increased by 82 incidences. This includes mutual fights and threats. Our site leaders are thoroughly investigating threats and responding accordingly, which is what we attribute to this increase. The increase is concerning and has shaped the strategies and actions of our team, which will be addressed when Dr. Bikendova shares the improvement strategies.
Okay, can you hold on one second?
Sure.
Mr. Tillman has a question.
Has there been any thought about doing an education campaign for parents about the electronic cigarettes?
Yes, actually, Dr. Bikendova will share our approach to that. We're engaging our family engagement centers and getting all of the folks who work out of those centers trained so that they're equipped. We know we need to flood our community with this awareness. So she'll talk more specifically about the approaches that we're taking to help our families and our entire community become aware.
I would just recommend maybe sending a simple flyer home and through the mail, showing what they look like and maybe having some information about the bad things associated with it. Because I think some parents may not even know that they look like a thumb drive, and but I really think that we should send something to the house to say, we have a spike in incidents at our sites, and we know they're not good for students, and just be aware this is what they look like.
We appreciate that. We definitely can have an effort around flyers, information going out to all of our families. Thank you, Mr. Tillman.
Dr. Flores also has a question.
I don't see it here, but I'm just wondering, when kids are cutting class, I don't know if we collect that data or not. If they're not going to class and cutting, what happens to them? Is there a consequence for them? Do our middle schools and high schools keep track of that?
Yes, and we will provide in our next presentation, which is all around our attendance and chronic absenteeism.
And
we can address that.
I would like to know what the consequence is if they're, not in class. I mean, do they just get a pass, or, what happens to them? Because it's not acceptable.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, proceed.
All right, so what does all this information and data mean for San Bernardino City Unified School District as it pertains to the California dashboard? So I'm bringing back on slide 8 what has come to be known as our twister board with all of our colors here. According to our Vice President, Ms. Rogers, she often refers to it lovingly as our twister board. So what this means for us is that we'll remain in orange because our suspension rate is at 5.4. That keeps us in, when you look at status, it keeps us in that orange section there. And then when we think about the change, while we had an increase in the rate of suspension, this change has us falling into that increased category because we were at 0.3% increase in our suspension rate. While this is the indicator for our performance overall as a district, the 5.5 documents that you have in your packet provide information related to where each school landed on the 5x5, related to criteria specific to elementary, middle, and high school. And board, you have documents that look like this for elementary, middle, and high school, and all of our elementary, middle, and high schools are placed where they landed on the 5x5. So this is just more detailed information for you, so you know exactly where all of our schools are landing on that and how they're making progress. You can see that the majority of our schools are in the yellow, green, and blue zone, which is an indicator that schools are having some success with creating healthy climates, as well as implementing other means of correction on their campuses. We're also looking at the correlation between schools that are having success with other means of correction and PBIS implementation. You have a summary of schools that have been recognized by the state with gold, silver, and bronze recognition for implementation of PBIS, along with those with the 5x5s. That way you can start to make the correlation and see the schools that are doing phenomenally as it relates to the PBIS implementation and how they're faring with their suspension rates and data. The next couple of slides will provide insight into how the district-wide increase has impacted the various student groups in our district. Our attention is on student groups whose rate of suspension is significantly higher than that of the district, and those whose increase outpaced the district rate. We'll first look at the breakdown for student race and ethnicity. Our African American students' rate of suspension continues to be more than twice that of the district, but we did not see an increase in suspension rate from 2017-18 to 2018-19. The other two student groups that have traditionally had high rates of suspension have been American Indian and Pacific Islander students. And while they experienced a decrease, it's important to note the difference is approximately 5 students. Students identifying with 2 or more races experience an increase of 1%, which accounts for 117 students. We call this to your attention because we want to express that we are looking at this that closely down to the student level, and what does this really mean for the number of students, and how can we be targeted in our approach, and being mindful that each of these numbers represents a student in our system, and we want to look at the data that way. We'll now take a look at the impact on student program groups. In this area, special education students were the only group that did not experience an increase. We'll be addressing these specific areas of concern in the improvement strategies. At this time, I'll now turn it over to Dr. Bikendova to share the district-wide tiered approach as well as the collaborative targeted efforts.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Slide 11 is a visual of our tiered approach around all the work we do with suspensions and student discipline. It's a very basic tiered visual, but as you can see, tier 1 is really about prevention. And for us, as you guys know, we have been working really hard on implementing PBIS and restorative justice practices through the lens of trauma-informed practices. We want to continue that work, and also, as you're aware, school climate and culture teams have been working really hard on the tier 1 approach as well. Tier 2 is really about taking some of those students that need extra support and giving it to them, especially in terms of restorative practices and PBIS. That also includes work definitely by the counselors. The counselors are doing a ton of work in terms of skill groups, sometimes doing one-on-one intervention. All of those types of interventions would be considered tier 2. For tier 3, this is for very few kids. This is really your most intensive interventions that we have out there. Youth court, although it can be considered tier 2, it is often considered tier 3 depending on the situation and how much support we're giving. Wraparound services are done by a few departments, not just within our district, but with partnerships that we have around the Inland Empire. And of course, any kind of specialized placement would be considered a tier 3 intensive support for few kids that need it. Slide 12. Our team has really been able to design improvement strategies based on the violations that increased through the year. So for last year, C violations, which were marijuana, and H violations, which is tobacco and also vaping. As those went up, we designed our intensive interventions around those two issues that have come up. First thing is we have to do a completely new discipline guide. As you're aware, our old discipline matrix is outdated, and it was time to really update that. That is going to help us because we really want to get on the same page with all the vice principals and principals as to when and how we do other means of correction, especially for vaping. And I'm going to go into that in just a second. We are doing vaping prevention workshops, and really, if you think about the issues with vaping, there's any drugs, there's 2 tiers that we have to think about. One is we want to educate. So we want to educate parents and students because there are kids out there experimenting and they just don't know the dangers of vaping, so we have to cover that side of things. On the other side of things, we have to cover kids who maybe are having addiction issues and who are ready to get that help. So we designed 2 different levels of intervention for this particular violation. So vaping prevention workshops As Dr. Perez mentioned, we are going to be training, we have 2 designated people in positive youth development who are going to be training the family engagement team on how to deliver that content at the Family Engagement Center. So we'll be doing it alongside them at first and eventually building their capacity to do that work. We are also piloting Vape Educate. This is an online, extensive program where kids can really understand what vaping does to them physically and mentally, and the effects, the long-term effects of that. We are piloting that at sites, and that will be used as another means of correction for a lot of our students that are doing vaping violations on our campuses. In terms of drug rehabilitation, when kids are really ready for that rehabilitation and they are asking for help, which we do get that, we have 2 programs that we were able to get this year, and they're free services to us and to our students. One of them is YASP, and that's Youth Alternative Solutions Program. That program comes from Loma Linda, the Department of Health. And we actually spoke with them and said, we can't send our kids to Loma Linda, what can you do for us? And they brought the class to us at Youth Services, which is awesome. It's been a huge resource. That is a very intensive educational program for kids, and it's much more intensive than the tier 1 stuff or tier 2 level, which would be Insight. So Insight are classes that kids get for drug usage, but YASP is a much higher program, and they're doing amazing work with us. It includes a drug testing at the end. It includes a trip to the coroner's office and also to Loma Linda, to the emergency room, to see cases of people that have been infected by drug usage. It's been pretty amazing to work with that group. And then finally, we have My Family Incorporated, which is actual drug rehabilitation supports, where they go into the home and work with the entire family. So it's a whole family approach. We're very lucky to have these 2 resources, and we contracted with them, I believe, last year. It's a free contract, but we began our partnership with them at the end of last year. So this year, we've been able to support a number of families asking for help with those 2 programs. Okay. First, in terms of our increase in A1 violations, there's a few things that we're doing for that. First of all is we are doing the work of other means of correction in terms of vice principal workshops. So when vice principals are coming, we're teaching them what it means, how to do it, when to apply it. And especially for A1 violations, we are working on that with the vice principals. Again, what will help in this area is the fact that we are updating our discipline matrix. So as that work rolls out, that will help this A1 violation decrease over time. A huge strategy that we want to make a part of the regular practice at school sites is the restorative conflict mediation. We are building capacity at school sites. My department has been working on that this year, and we will continue to work on that. I think this is going to be one of those strategies that we can call upon. San Andreas counselors have been using that over the last 2 years, and according to them, they have a 100% success rate. So what we want to do for A1 violations is really stop the fights and prevent them and resolve conflict. And I can share with you as a middle school, former middle school principal, the regular conflict mediation is not as effective as the restorative conflict mediation process. So that's one of our big strategies that we are pushing this year. And then finally, one of the issues with A1 violations, if kids are being bullied and they retaliate, sometimes school sites will mistake that for fighting or threatening. And what we want to do is really, through our bullying intervention system, we're helping administrators and vice principals identify bullying correctly. We found 1 year later, after starting the bullying intervention system, that is one of the key issues. So sometimes principals and VPs won't recognize that a situation is actually bullying, and it comes down to the power difference, and it's really getting them to look at the situation and say, wait a minute, was this really a mutual fight where both people need to be suspended, or was this a bullying issue that we need to handle differently and use the bullying intervention system that we have created? So that has been an issue, and we are working on that through the bullying intervention system, through workshops, us working alongside the counselors, it has been helpful, and I think that that is something that's going to definitely help our A1 violations in the future.
I just want to say thank you for that one, because I just had this morning a conversation with my son who complained about how students who, as an example himself, has been bullied and didn't really come out, and yet a kid would taunt him, and they would, basically say, well, hit me. And then I know this is a great example of what he was telling me. Mom, sometimes they misunderstand, and they don't realize that we're the ones being affected, and so there's just ways of how you conversate with both students to make sure you get the story from each side and what's going on. So thank you. I appreciate you doing that.
Absolutely. I can say what I know now about bullying. There are plenty of cases I probably missed and did not count as bullying when I was a principal. So my goal now is to really retrain principals and VPs to rethink and really look at the definition of bullying and apply that when appropriate. Often VPs and principals think that if a kid has retaliated, then that is not bullying, and that's not true. Kids who are being bullied get tired, and sometimes they retaliate. Sometimes they try to fight back. They're trying to do what they can to get the situation to stop. So yes, we're working on that.
All right.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Flores.
In this bullying intervention system, are there strategies, both for the adults and the kids that are being bullied, to resolve it? To resolve the bullying as quickly as possible?
Yes. So my department deals with student bullying, and yeah, we use the undercover anti-bully team process. And
in all schools?
Yes. In any school, any kid who reports bullying, my team can go directly to that school and do the intervention for them. Any kid that reports it on the QR code cards that we're passing out and putting on flyers, trying to get that word out to any school.
What are our response rates in terms of when a kid initiates, a complaint?
Yes.
What is the response rate on our side?
Once we get the report, either from the school site personnel or the student themselves through the QR code, we set them up with a screening appointment within 24 business hours.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the appointment may be like a couple of days later, and then we get, if depending on how severe it is, we get out to the site and begin the intervention.
For example, I get emails
Yes.
from parents,
Yes.
which I immediately send to Dr. Marsden, who I'm assuming sends them to you. And, for a parent to do that, that's desperation.
Absolutely.
And so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Because they've gone, to complain and nothing has been done. Are we keeping track of that as well?
Yes, we have an extensive tracking system. We use, we actually log in any complaints we get, and we make sure that they're handled and scheduled, and the parent should be contacted within 24 business hours so that they know, hey, we got your complaint, and we're going to be setting up the meeting with you and get that process going for them. Yes.
Because, it's not just an issue in our district, it's everywhere. I mean, nationwide. But I don't know why it's rising or why it's happening, but it's really grown. And, our Moreno Valley community has really suffered in terms of the death of one of their students, middle school student, because of bullying. And I just think that we have to be really cognizant. And I'm glad to hear that our response is quick and that we take not only just the response, but that we take effective action and to prevent it.
So, Dr. Flores, Moreno Valley as well as Rialto and other surrounding districts are looking at what we're doing, and Dr. Bikendova has actually gone out to Moreno Valley at the request of their superintendent to work with them.
Oh, good.
And we're not claiming to have all the answers by any means, but what we have been using and doing has proven to be effective. We'll continue to improve this system and the process, but we understand that this is a national and impacts our region and nationally as well. So our team has been very active with providing that support.
I'm thinking too about the kids, of them learning conflict resolution instead of, being physical about it, using words. I mean, I don't know, are we doing that?
Yeah, so if we get a complaint that there's bullying going on and we screen it, even if we find out that it's a conflict, we are still doing the interventions for them. So we do conflict restorative mediation sometimes, and sometimes it's the undercover team, depending on what we find.
What the severity of it is.
And through that, the kids learn the skills of how to make it right and how to restore relationships. Absolutely. It's a big part of it is skill building for the students as well.
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then Mr. Tillman had.
Does 24 hours, you said working hours, is that 3 days?
No, no.
You keep saying
what we
23
mean,
you keep
as long
saying
as
24 working hours.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to phrase that correctly.
Because you only work 8
Yeah.
hours in a day.
Yeah.
So you're
it's
telling
true.
me that is that
Yeah.
3 days?
No, it's the next day. Yeah, the next business day. We'll say it that way.
And so, and maybe this has nothing to do with that, but like the letter we got from some folks at King. Have you guys been to King?
King
Middle School?
No, not lately. No.
Because they sent something to us saying that people had concerns there and the teachers had concerns, and you guys haven't.
Not
talked-
aware of that.
You might want to contact the folks at King because they sent a letter saying they had some concerns. I said they might want to contact the people at Martin Luther King Middle School because we got a letter in our packet.
Yeah, no, excuse me, Mr. Tillman. So they're not managing it. Dr. Moneras is managing it. We are managing and aware of that situation.
Oh, okay. But I'm assuming that it's because they have some concerns about student behavior and interactions too, right?
Correct. And I've been out to the campus myself.
Okay.
Our team members. Yeah,
So
we're
working-
aware.
Okay.
Thank you.
So although all the specific strategies that we just talked about will help different student groups, here are a few more of the targeted support strategies that are happening for our student groups in particular. So first, in partnership with Equity and Targeted Student Achievement, under the leadership of Dr. Will Greer, we are designing how we will support and build capacity of school sites who are struggling with African American student populations. So additionally, ETSA is conducting not only positive inquiry interviews, but also empathy interviews for those schools that need more support. So we're trying to not just say, okay, here's a strategy and it's good for all, we're gonna do this across the district. Instead, we're saying, what specifically does this school site and this population need? We're designing around their needs and where they're falling short. In partnership, the Opportunity Gap Specialists will also be helping out to carry out that work. So we have them as a force to be able to assist us with this work that we're doing with ETSA as well. In upcoming vice principal workshops, we're going to be doing student group analysis and planning, and this is especially important when we're having anybody who's doing really well with our student groups, they will be presenting and spotlighted their work so that we can spread any of those strategies across the district. So anything that's working well, we will be learning from any of those teams that get to present on those days. In particular, too, especially for homeless and foster, the Atlas department has created a daily suspension reporting system, and they are definitely working with their principals and vice principals in conjunction with them and providing sometimes wraparound supports, counseling, all kinds of supports for all of our foster and homeless students. And finally, we have wraparound tier 2 and 3 supports, not only with Atlas, but Inland Behavioral Health has become a huge partner for us. I have a contact now with Inland Behavioral Health, and when I have a student in my office that needs a higher level of support than just the regular counseling offered by Victor Community or any of our other local services, if I see that they need tier 2 or tier 3, I contact this person and they reassess the situation and determine if they can get them tier 2 or tier 3 support. So that has been incredibly helpful, and especially for our student groups. That has been incredibly helpful resource. And last, we just want to mention that our TSSP schools have a lot of efforts around suspension. I think you heard this in the last presentation, that student groups, especially African American student groups are being targeted and closely monitored by all the TSSP schools at this time.
My board, I'll cover the citation overview, and on behalf of the men and women that stand in line to make sure that we're safe across our district, it's a pleasure being here. We continue to embrace the restorative policing practices across the board to make sure that we do our best to provide for the safety of our district. We also lean on the spirit of the law versus the letter of the law as we do this work, and to make sure that our students, staff, as well as others in our district are safe. We continue to deliver on our commitment to safety across the board. And you'll find in our citation arrests 5-year summary, 85% reduction in citation and arrests over the last 5 years. We'll cover a summary of felonies as well as misdemeanors that we've addressed over the year. Felonies being the more serious offenses that we've had to address, and misdemeanor being the minor level offenses that we've had to address as well. So if you look at slide number 16, in 2014-15, we started off with 1,078 citations and arrests issued that year. And to fast track 2018-19, you'll see 158, which is an 85% reduction in citations and arrests over the last 5 years. And we're real proud of that. You also, if you look at slide number 17, is a comparison slide. However, oftentimes it's districts across our board that sometimes doesn't comply with Penal Code 13-320, which is a requirement to submit data to the Department of Justice. However, I'm here to say that we as an entity do supply that information to the Department of Justice, so I'm real proud of that. And you'll see a comparison with our neighboring district, Fontana, that was willing to share that information with us. Yeah, in terms of felony and misdemeanor offenses that was addressed in 18-19, you'll find on top of this sheet the positive citation, which is a tool that we utilize to make sure that we reinforce the right behaviors that our students are exhibiting on our campus. We do our best to partner with businesses that will donate items that we will give to our students. For instance, we was at Hunt earlier today, and there was over 55 of those citations issued to TK, as well as fifth graders at Hunt earlier today. So we're well proud of our efforts in terms of the number of positive citations that we've utilized over the years to be able to change behaviors in our system. In terms of felonies, you'll see violent offenses, 22 of them. Under weapons, it's 10, and other offenses. And by the way, I neglected to mention this, it's 19 different codes, 19 separate codes that's enforceable in our state. So to have these numbers, it's like good work being done to be mindful of making sure that we address the things that need to be addressed in our spur. In terms of misdemeanor offenses, which is a variety of them, it's 93 of them that's been issued for a total of 158 citations and arrests in 2018-2019. And that's all I have.
Okay. Any questions? Dr. Flores?
No, I just want to commend you, Chief, and all the officers in terms of just coming up with the positive tickets and so forth, but also, when Danny and I were working with COPE and ICUC, and to see the 5-year effort, collective effort. I mean, all of us together, and especially you guys, because you're in the front line, to see this tremendous decrease. I just want to commend you and
Thank you.
the police, our police force for a good job. I mean, and when you say the spirit of the law, that this is indicative of the spirit of the law. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Tillman.
Yes, I want to commend the chief also. I know he knows that, hasn't been easy. I mean, it's a big ship. We turned it, but I'm going to commend you for doing it the right way. I had no role in helping out at all, but you were able to maintain your credibility, and I think have discussions with your officers. And I've seen it in your officers where I even had some of them come up to me and say, we understand what you're talking about, and we're here to help kids too. So it's just nice knowing that you guys play the role of providing safety, but at the same time have the concern in your heart that you want to see our kids be successful too. And I think what you've done is found a win-win, and you've been able to convince your staff that it's the way to go. And it's just good knowing that it's not something that's forced on someone, but you taking the time to build that bridge and understanding as to why we're making a change. And I think the response is even better in the community also. And just on a side note, thanks for being available 24/7. Because I call the chief all the time on weekends. Doesn't matter day or night. When I hear something, if someone calls me and tells me about an incident or something they're concerned about, then I'm gonna call the chief, and he's great at getting people on it and ensuring that the safety is there for our students. And I commend you all for the work that you do. I mean, some of the pictures that we see, because in San Bernardino there are pockets of violence, and when you see a young person with a weapon, and then when I call the chief, him and his staff have to deal with the actual people who have the weapon. That's a tough job, and so I don't take you guys for granted. I really do appreciate all of you, and I think the district does too. So I don't say it enough, but thank you for the work that you guys do. And I might even go on a ride along one day. It's been 25 years, but I might do it one day.
Mr. Tillman, thank you.
Make sure it's on the back seat, Chief.
And we've come a long way from that golf cart
My
conversation.
goodness, Mr. Gallo. Don't do it. Ms. Rogers?
Thank you. I also want to say thank you, despite Mike. We're working with him.
Mike got issues. We know that.
Right. That's why he's on this side of the, But I want to thank you. This was a great presentation. I think when we get to the core of the data, and we've shared this with you all, and Abigail and I, we're concerned about what we can do here. And when we focus on what we can do here, then we can sit in rooms like we did last week. And I was very impressed with your work, Dr. Vicandovia, when we went over to the Life Center, or what do we call it, the WA building. That's the WA building. And the bullying presentation was absolutely great. And so as I was listening to, I know some of the board members were getting them up to speed because you said you wanted to get with all of us. So we all had those concerns about the bullying, and especially Abigail and I, when we were at a presentation, and we know good things were happening, but we didn't know how to articulate that out with fact. And so I know when Mr. Tillman asked you that question, I'm fortunate to have had immediately after going to your session and saying, can I quote the 24 hours, and is QCP, is it really true? And then I had an incident, and we had to report it. And within 24, it rolled. And I know some people will say, well, because you're a board member. I operate as a person that's concerned about students. And I like to think that you all did your job, not because it was me, the board member, calling you. I just happened to be a part of the situation, but I applaud those efforts in getting to it immediately, because we are calling you all the time, and sometimes, and Dr. Marsden has told us, call him, but we get so excited and amped up, and we know, and I had just come from your presentation, so I'm like, I know that if this is really going to work, it's going to work for the student, and it did, so I appreciate that. when I look back, just a question that I had, and definitely after, the vaping is an issue. So my first question is vaping a citation right now? If a student is caught with vaping, how are we handling it? Because I know I mentioned this a couple of months, and everybody is trying to figure this thing out because, is it tobacco? It's not tobacco, or what? But where are we with that? And I know the policy committee is going to have to make some decisions soon on that as to what we're doing. But as of right now, what is it considered?
Ms. Rogers, and vaping is treated as tobacco.
Okay, so and if they're caught with it, it is a citation. Because I agree, we have to get.
We don't issue a citation.
We don't issue, but it's treated as just a student like they're smoking, because it is horrible. And like I said a few months back, this is a terrible thing because the deception of it, the intentional deception, I'll say it, is bad, because the students do not realize the worst side of this. When you see what happens to a student's lungs immediately, not over a period of time, it's death, more so than anything, and the numbers are rising. So I'm glad to see that we're going to do some education around that and make sure that our parents know, because, we're all parents and we think we know, but you don't realize that a student can have a jacket and something zipped inside of it, and they're vaping sitting right in front of you, and you think it's something else. So I'm glad to see we're on that. And one question I had about the presentation, on page 9, I guess I'll say 9 and 10, I'm just wondering, is there any correlation with the African American student number, where it is right now? And I know you're working on it, but when we look at how high our special education and our foster youth, is there a lot of African American students that are foster youth and a lot of African Americans that are special ed?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Rogers. That actually prompted us to start digging into that data as well. And we are, with our circumstances around getting the data and our whole technology system, that information will be coming shortly.
Okay, and
So
that's good to know, because if we look at it as a whole, on one page we look at it as, the race and ethnicity, and then on the other page we look over and say these are the categories. We know most of the students also are in the category of socioeconomic, but yet that number is a stabilized number. But then we look at special education and foster youth, and I wonder, are we suspending? Is that where the suspension is happening, and why?
And that is the same exact thing that was revealed to us as we started looking at the data and, again, unpacking all of that, so that we can be very strategic in how we're targeting students and who we're targeting.
Well, this is a great presentation. I appreciate it. I've already shared with Dr. Marsden that the bullying presentation was so good, and I shared it with you there, that I'm looking forward to the district honestly having a presentation on just bullying for everyone, where we can invite the community, we can publicize it, and say this is going to be the conversation about bullying and the 24 hours and everything, not the technical side. People don't need to just know how many, and even though you have the data, and we saw it, it was great tracking. But I think the community also deserves to know what you are and the team is doing, and in the district, because when we're out there, we get beat up with saying we're not doing anything and no one's responding. But if I say to you to call in 24 hours, that's what you have to do if we want to resolve this. And a caveat to that is to also have you present, Chief, so people know what is an offense, what's going to get you in trouble. We tout about the school to prison pipeline, but there are things that will get you there, regardless of our good intentions, if you go down that road. An ed code is an ed code. So, but thank you. I appreciate all of you.
All right, great, thank you. And then Mr. Tillman, and it'll be right after Mr. Tillman, we have Mr. Wyatt, Dr. Wyatt, that wanted to have a few questions.
Yes, and I just want to stress on the subject of vaping, because a lot of stuff you talked about were like at the parent engagement, family engagement, and Family Incorporated Alternative Solutions Program. For me, I see the whole vaping as a new tool and a new device, and I think we lose sight sometimes. Some parents aren't aware of it. That's why I say we should mail something to the house and say these things are not allowed at school. You'd be surprised of what kids try to convince their parents of. Parent may see it and say, "What is this?" And they might say, "Mom, it's no big deal. This keeps us away from cigarettes." So just saying simply, these are not allowed at school, I think it's our first step. And I haven't seen that. I mean, I have kids in school, and I haven't got anything from the house telling me that kids aren't allowed to bring these devices to the site. And I think rather than just saying vaping devices, you have to show the pictures, because it's sad to see the way they created these things to make them look so benign, to make them actually look like thumb drives, and they don't look like a smoking device. So I think we need to help parents understand that these are things that don't really benefit your students. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, team, for the presentation. I'll probably echo a lot of what my colleagues have said already. And Chief, same thing as they've said. One of the first subcommittees I worked on was the board policy subcommittee, and working on the citation policy. And when you look, when I came on to where it is right now, and with the team here in Cope, I mean, numbers speak for themselves. Absolutely outstanding. And I'm wondering, is there any other districts out there that have similar policies as ours, or are we kind of stand alone on that?
Yeah, I believe our policy is the most stringent.
Stringent.
Yeah.
It's always good to share best practices with our colleagues.
Oh,
and,
definitely.
We make comparisons. It's always better to look better than them, but at the same time, we're all in this together. So, and I think one thing to definitely be proud of is the positive citations. That's a really just when you talk about collaboration, going in the right direction, and community policing. I mean, that's as good as it gets. So, as for the rest of our presentation, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the decrease in our expulsions. That is significant. I mean, it really is to go down 61.5% in expulsions is huge. So that means I know that we're doing other things, or other means of corrections, our restorative justice programs, everything that we talk about and we've seen as a board, and I've visited. Obviously, again, the proof is in the data, so great job there. As I move along, and to echo again kind of what some of my colleagues have said, I know a big concern of ours in the county level, when we look at our countywide vision and some of the task force and committees I work with, and the chief is on them, some of them with me, is vaping. And we know that is a huge issue. It's still relatively, I think, unknown to us as adults. And then we talk about juuling, which is another form of vaping. And matter of fact, I'm doing a lot of research on it right now, so I can present on it down the road. So I'd love to be part of the teams that we have when we start working with our community on this anti-vaping campaign, because vaping comes in different forms, as we know as well, because it can incorporate oil, honey butter, whatever you want to call it, wax, which is much more severe than just vaping whatever it is, liquids. I don't even know what they are, but when they start utilizing some of the other content that they can vape with it, it goes to a whole different level. So it could be much more severe than just a citation. Well, not a citation, I guess a suspension, because we don't even address it as a citation. So I think that's huge. Let me see. One other concern I had, and I'm very sensitive to this group. I see a lot of positive data on what we're doing with our suspensions and our expulsions, but one group that seems to stand out a lot to me is our foster youth. And what are we going to do to address our foster youth? They always seem to be one of our most underserved populations. Same with myself. So I always want to work on, as a team, how can we, again, work with our foster youth students and try to minimize the suspensions there and address the underlying issues that we know is what's often the core of the behavior. One, just their home life and their transiency. So I'd like to see, or if we do have a plan, what that plan is. I didn't see it in here. I'm sure it's one of our tiers, but just how we work with our foster youth students. And, I think we're going definitely in the right direction with all, if not most of our subgroups. So that was just the one that stood out. I'd like to see what I am seeing on our students with disabilities, how that's under 10% now, which is very nice. So great job there too. And that's my comments. Thank you.
All right, great. And then Dr. Hill, did you have any questions or comments? Dr. Flores had already. She already has.
I just wanted to commend you all for the work that you do. I am very proud of you. It's really, to be exemplary. We weren't, and we stepped up to the plate, and still figuring things out for the betterment of our kids, and that's why we're here. And for our families, and just want to commend you all for all the hard work. Our police force, our I mean, you guys are out there, you know, in danger. I know that you're 24 hours, so that's very difficult. But you know, you keep us safe, and but also you shifted. You did a paradigm shift in terms of doing positive tickets. I mean, who does that? You know, that's like real innovative and very positive, and you know, and you see the results from it. So that's great. So I just want to commend you all. Thank you. I
All right.
recommend you all the time.
All right, Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank you for the great presentation. And as Ms. Rogers said, Dr. Wyatt, and I know it on that particular day, got a chance to see you in action, you and your team, and commend you. And ever since then, everything I hear, I always try to question, is it bullying or is it teasing? And so I even do that now when I hear from parents or students will tell me something happened at school. I ask questions to see in my mind if it's bullying or teasing. Both of them are bad, of course, but it's happening. You know, my concern is how much we know about our students, because you know, I heard of this student who got suspended for not obeying the teacher, and I found out the kid, who was a homeless kid, had been on the playground, left his jacket on the playground, and the teacher says time to go in. Kid gets halfway in and say, "Oh, I left my jacket," and the teacher said, "No, don't get it." Well, you don't tell a homeless kid, "Don't go get your jacket," because chances are you don't have 2 or 3 more hanging, you know, in the motel or in the trunk of the car someplace. So I just hope we get to know more about our kids when we take a look at even the suspensions and things of that nature. You know, the killings in San Bernardino has been atrocious lately. I think in the past couple of weeks, we had about, 6 to 8 homicides, one including a baby. You don't hear a lot about a lot of this unless you live in San Bernardino. And we have so many staff members who do not live in San Bernardino. I'm hoping they are reading the news or taking a look at what's happening in this city, because that affects our kids. What's happening in their community or where they used to live or over by grandma's house. Fortunately, Gwen and I serve on this San Bernardino City Police African American Advisory Board, so we get to discuss a lot of these things, and it's a lot of black on black crime going on, or homicides going on right now. Something is causing that, and so those are some of the things as we take a look at the citations, not citations, but the suspensions, the school suspensions, and the expulsions. We just need to know what is happening. We got to know our city. Whether if you work here, you got to know the city. Whether you live here, that's up to you. But if you work here, you got to know the city. Otherwise, you're not really being true to these kids. And I've said that for about 40 years now. You got to know our kids. But I also want to commend school police and Dr. Bicanova. When we do a mom mob, you're there, and those kids are glad to see you. I never see them unhappy at any time. So I'm just glad to see you there for that. But other than that, the other thing with the vaping or the cigarettes, I don't know why they're still smoking cigarettes, because I think it's about $8 a package, you know. And maybe vaping is cheaper, I don't know. But are they doing this like in the restroom, or do they feel they can just do it on campus any place? Are they trying to be a little secretive with that?
Yeah. Because the devices are made to look like they are not tobacco products, it is very easy for kids to have them on their person and vape all day long, and we won't even catch it. It's so simple, and we don't see the smoke, and it is very easy for them to do that at any time.
In a classroom,
even I would say even in a classroom, I could imagine that happening. If a vape can look like a thumb drive that goes into your computer, how would we quickly notice if they stuck that in their mouth, or it's
Okay.
very hard to detect. It's a lot
Okay.
more difficult.
They often mimicking coughing
Yes.
when they vape. They'll act like they're coughing or sneezing, and that's when they vape.
Okay. All right.
But you could smell it though. You could smell the fruity. Some of them, and that's where I think some of the commercials are trying to go against it, because a lot of them are sweet smells, and so they'll confuse it with maybe a perfume or something else in the background. So, but you can, right? But you can
Yeah.
smell it.
Well, I endorse Danny's recommendation to an extent about sending the flyers home, but the vaping kids aren't going to get home with the flyers, so we need to come up with another way to get them to.
No, I'm talking about the mail, U.S. mail.
Well, Danny, you remember when you were in school, you got home before your parents got off work and you intercepted the mail.
Some of the parents will get it.
Well, some of them.
I get my mail.
Thank you for doing a great job. We appreciate all of it.
All right, thank you. Well, I will say, first of all, I've always, when there was discussions to even possibly remove school police, I've always put this as an example that I'd rather have our school police work with our families and our students than having the city police, which for me, and I'm glad that you both are on the board with addressing the African American piece with the city police, but I honestly don't trust them to handle our families and our students. So I do want to say thank you to the whole department and the way you're, and like Mr. Tillman said, 24 hours, you're doing robberies, and it's not, and sometimes you're the first responders even before the city police. You're there to address some of the issues that even city police cannot. I mean, you're there, and I remember speaking. I think it was other either sheriffs or or city police, and they're school police officers. There's not. No, these are officers. These are full officers that happen to have better training, that knows how to work with many of our families and communities. So I really do commend the work that you're doing. And with regards to suspensions, though, I do have a couple of questions. Many of the students may use suspension as a way to get out of going to school. So I'm wondering, what are we doing to make sure that they're still learning and that they're not just getting off, staying home without trying to catch up, because at the end of the day it makes things worse. So I'm wondering, what are we doing to combat that?
So speaking in terms of makeup work, what are we doing?
Not necessarily just, when they're suspended, they go home. Is there any way of trying to have in-house suspension, something that we're doing at school instead of having them just go home and take the day off?
Yeah, so that's the other means of correction training that we're doing, and additionally the discipline guide we're creating is going to have a lot of those other means of correction. So as a lot of our vice principals and principals are under the impression that a lot of the ed code violations require us to suspend students. And so as I've been training, they're learning that everything aside from the big 5 violations, so there's only 5 violations that require us to do an expulsion. Other than that, everything else we're supposed to do other means of correction and exhaust those before we go to suspension. So this training has been happening starting the beginning of this year with our VP workshops, and then our discipline guide is going to have all that information in there. So as we roll that out, it'll get stronger in terms of our response will be more consistent in terms of using other means of correction before we head over to suspension.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And then also with what Dr. Hill was mentioning, our students are suffering from trauma. I'm glad to see that you're working in an area to, I think it was on page 11, trauma-informed practices and cultural proficiencies. But I'm wondering, what are we doing across the board and at the classroom level? I know we've spoken during the agenda review with what we're trying to do with certain therapy sessions that maybe counselors are able to help with, and in techniques for students to kind of de-escalate their own anger, and also with personal traumas, little triggers here and there that they can have, hopefully kind of disconnect through some type of counseling that's for all students to try to learn techniques. I'm wondering, are we doing that currently right now, or we're just training teachers or counselors so that we are prepared for that in the future?
Yes, we are doing that. That work is within the Swiss department. They are piloting trauma-informed practices with a number of schools. I can't speak too much about the details, but I do know that counselors, teachers, principals are all learning how to respond to students using a trauma-informed lens. And so they are learning, if a kid is in my classroom and we know they've had trauma and they are acting out in a cycle, what do we do? So that's what they're working on.
But I was also curious because some of the kids might not necessarily show aggression, but still have their own personal traumas. I'm wondering if this could be just a practice across the board of techniques, not necessarily just, because there are simple techniques that can be addressed and how they de-escalate frustrations and so forth.
I do know that part of the work is teaching kids mindfulness. There is curriculum, especially in the elementary level, to teach kids those mindfulness strategies that I believe you're speaking of, so that they can self-regulate and begin to make those connections within their brain. It's all that neuroscience that our teachers are learning at this time.
Okay, yeah, okay. All right, thank you. I think that's it. Any other board members? If not, let's go ahead and move forward. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. And, it's a long night, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Perez, Dr. Brackenbova, Chief. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go to 9.0 board discussion, 9.1, which is budget considerations for board priorities.
Yes, so thank you, Madam President. So board, what you'll have is Ms. Christakos will walk you through a document of board correspondence that hopefully has captured those requests that you've asked us to look at delegating with the unappropriated ending balance. I think the board also recognizes since the time we began this discussion on the 1.8, we've also had a significant financial blow to our district around our technology with the cyber ransomware attack. And so there's some things that the board will need to consider relative to that as well. But with that, I'd like Janie to go ahead and walk the board through the board correspondence in item 9.1, and then board, this will be your opportunity to discuss.
Good evening, board. So as Dr. Marsden said, there was 1.8 million that was available as of that wasn't appropriated. Several things have happened since the unaudited actuals, and we actually will have first interim for you at the next board meeting. A few things have come up. The late start initiative, which will start in about 2 years, could be quite costly depending on how we structure our busing. As you're aware, we're going to need to invest some money in the ransomware. And then we just had some changes through the federal program review that we had to move to our unrestricted general fund. But the purpose of the board consideration was, I think it was Dr. Hill or Ms. Rogers that requested that we capture requests that come from the board and we have a process to prioritize them, knowing that LCFF is fully funded, and unless legislature does anything to allocate more funds to school districts, we have our budget amount. And generally, when you're adding expenditures, we'll have to look somewhere on how we're going to fund it, look at programs that are maybe underperforming. And then with the unappropriated amount, those are one-time dollars, so to be spent on one-time items. And so we've captured several items that the board has asked us to look into: piloting a mental health pathway, a farm to school with Night Owl Bay, looking at our 12 of our CTE pathways across the comprehensive high schools and providing some equipment money, and then also a food truck. And so those are items that have come up since we've allocated some extra funds at the unaudited actuals. And so I think it's really good, this process, that we can capture the things that the board wants us to look into and then allow the board to prioritize as funding is available. And so you receive the board correspondence on that process where you give staff an opportunity to go back and look have conversation with you on what we're trying to accomplish, look at what we're already investing in the request, and looking to see is there ways to address it through training or other ways instead of adding additional staff, knowing that we're at full funding. And that is the overview. So at this point, we have the items that the board has requested, and at the last board meeting, I know that a couple of you have requested that we could have conversation around these items.
Yes, and the thing is that we have, even in 9.2, we have one of the agreements that's up, but in this particular piece, I know we had during the board review, board agenda review, that the conversation was, well, we might not have enough money. So I just want to make sure that if that was still correct, where because we have these other expenses, when you mentioned the technology piece, the security piece, and of course the late start initiative. And I'm also maybe asking Mr. Tillman, because he has, you know, he's always pushed back against some of the extra funding that, you know, they'll say that we don't have, and yet we're able to find. So did you have an idea with any of these? What? I know, I'm asking Mr. Tillman. You're going to eventually say
They're
something, Mr.
bullying
Tillman.
me. So just staff's recommendation is for us to work through the ransomware to see what we need to do to ensure that we are more secure as a priority, and then just looking at, I know Dr. Volkemer's doing a lot of work around the late start initiative. So does that mean it's going to break the bank that we do one thing? It's not going to break the bank, but it comes to the point that we are going to have to say, if we do this, we're not going to be able to do something else, and depending on the dollar amount, and so that's our recommendation.
Yeah, I do believe that at some point they said that there was unallocated 1-point-something million dollars, and that's why we some board members wanted to spend some of that money. The concern I have is that money, when you talked about it, was it one-time money? So I just want to make sure that the items that they suggested are one-time expenditures. And to Dr. Marsden, the one that Mike recommended, he wants to use at a bunch of schools. Is it possible to make sure that those administrators are going to find a way to incorporate it and be able to use it in the sites? Because the last thing I would hate to see us do is spend the money, but if you don't have buy-in from your sites and you haven't made it a priority, then it's going to be hard to see all that.
Yeah, my understanding is there's been some research with the various sites, and there's some that have indicated a desire to do that, to work with this, and so it wouldn't be a top-down; it'd be a opt-in kind of adventure.
And then there's that
is
number.
The understanding.
Is that number similar to the number that he's throwing out?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't have the other one in front of me. I know they said Dr. Flores gave one, but I don't have any paperwork showing what her proposal was.
Go ahead, Dr. Flores.
We have career pathways that are not funded, and so the staff working together proposed that there's 12 of them throughout our high schools that are not funded. So $40,000 one-time money for each career pathway to, buy equipment or buy.
So there's
what
one
they
time.
need. One time, yeah, one time, to boost them. And as we, move through our legislature to get them to, institutionalize the funding, we could at least provide that support for them because they don't have that support. So I think it'd be very prudent to do that. I also like Gwen's because the mental health pathway is very important. Our kids are in trauma, and we do need to support their mental welfare, families and kids. So,
and that's a career pathway.
Yeah.
That's from understanding.
But the same thing there. Is it a one-time cost or is it an ongoing cost?
No, hers
Yes.
is ongoing. But I would like to.
They would be building it outside. So again, when we made the recommendations, and I applaud you, Dr. Flores, but I don't know how much. You know, I'm not the one to try to set the dollar amount, but I think some work has been done around it. And I would even suggest that, and have suggested, we might even have some pathways that are not fully working or would not be able to go to the capacity that we want, that we can reevaluate. But it certainly was looking at that to see what would get it started, and then however it is infused later on. Now I think you all came up with some kind of working dollar, which came to be $350,000, I think. But at the time, no, I didn't know. But
It's
I
very
think you've
preliminary.
done some work.
Yeah, Dr. Perez is working on it, so it's preliminary one to get an estimate on the document. And you're right, it's how do we look at what's not maybe working the way we intended, so we can redirect those dollars to support
Like,
it.
for example, the domestic violence. I can't remember her name. What was her name, Mike, that came? Carla. I mean, we should be supporting that. I mean, that's very important in terms of addressing those issues of domestic violence with our kids.
But would that be a one-time, or would that be something that's ongoing?
Well, I mean, that could be part of that. Yeah.
Okay. And then Dr. Hill, you had a question or comment?
I do. You know, there aren't any requests that we can call bad requests, but are the ones we talking about a part of the top 10? Because if it's not part of the top 10, we shouldn't even be talking about it. Not right now, especially with not knowing what we're gonna need to fix the computer system. But if it's not in the top 10, fellow board members, I applaud you for thinking and being creative, but I just don't think this is the time or place to discuss it. If it's not a part of the top 10, and if we're gonna, jump all over the place when something looks good, and I'm not saying they don't look good. All I'm saying is we gotta practice what we preach. And if we have a top 10, let's follow the top 10. When something comes off, you can stick it on there. But right now we have another priority with our computer system.
Right.
And I would say at this point, that's my only recommendation. That should supersede anything in the top 10. But other than that, I recommend that we table the other items that you want us to take a look at tonight until we see if we have any funds to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Flores?
Well, I hear you, Dr. Hill. However, I do know that we squirreled away some money, 22 million, 21, 22 million, and we do have that in reserve. And if you see the CPE strategy, it is to improve access to career pathways, and that is in our strategic plan to do that. And so, to me, the top 10 items are different than what our strategic plan calls for. So I that's my perspective.
So maybe I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So maybe without SB 328, which is 15 million, can we just take that off the top and not have to worry about it? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gallo.
Yeah, the top 10 was really not a budget priority top 10. It was really top 10 issues that we decided we wanted to work on. For instance, we had replication of Richardson, the school, Richardson School, into, it was eliminating waiting lists. All of those have dollar implications, but it wasn't, what drew the attention to this $1.8 million issue was carryover funds from last year that was available to however the board wished to prioritize. And, $1.8 million wouldn't cover, hardly any of the top 10. Well, I don't even know if it would capture any of the top 10, to be honest. So this was I agree with Dr. Flores. It's was a completely different issue than the top 10, which was not top 10 budget items to make expenditures on, but top 10 issues that we wanted to deal with.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. So then we have two ideas. One is not to table this and to look at other priorities, and the other one is to use this as the remaining $1.8 million so we can actually look at what we're going to allocate it towards. And we do have 9.2 that would be one of those agreements.
Ms. Medina?
So yes.
So right now, the amount that Mr. Gallo was looking at spending was how much money? 150,000. And the money that Dr. Flores asked for was for how much money?
480. That's in here.
I mean, what was the total amount though?
480.
Yeah. And so you're not saying for new pathways, right? The current pathways, and are all the pathways in need of that kind of money?
Yes, they have no funding.
Dr. Marsden?
Yeah, so Dr. Flores made an initial request, and then Dr. Mitchell's team was able to assess our current standing, and so the current recommendation you have in front of you is based on that input from staff. And so this would bring, I'll let Dr. Mitchell speak to it. Dr. Mitchell, you want to just give the elevator version of what we've come to?
Thank you, Dr. Marsden. So one thing I want to clarify is that there are no pathways that have no funding for this reason only because we pay for the teachers, obviously, we pay for their supplies.
Yeah, I mean, for operational.
So probably would be better to say is that they don't have dedicated
funds for operations. Yeah.
Dedicated supplemental funds.
Right.
So what we have here is a list of each pathway that does not have these supplemental funds and what they might need to purchase with those funds. And so it's very specific to each pathway and would provide some funding for them over the next 2 years to cover costs that may not be covered now.
Oh, so you already did the planning for it?
Yes.
Okay. How about Mr. Gallo's proposal? Have you done any in-depth look to make sure everybody wants to plant the seeds?
We have some. We've done some analysis of Dr. Gallo's, Mr. Gallo's plan, and just a couple current concerns come to mind, just for the board's consideration. Number one is that we involved our teachers in curriculum decisions, and so that would be our concern. Even principals, one of the directions that we give principals is that we certainly don't want them pushing things into the classroom. We're in the middle of a new science adoption, new English adoption, new math adoption. You've seen our test scores and how we're doing on those areas. So that would be one concern. So if we have schools opt in, we would want to assist them in pushing in the new curriculum appropriately.
Listen, I want you to listen.
So we'd want to assist our principals in pushing in the curriculum appropriately alongside our SPTA partners to make sure that the priority is on standards-based instruction. The other pieces is that when we've created curriculum guides, scope and sequences, and benchmark assessments that are aligned to the standards that we're supposed to be teaching. So any kinds of adjustments to the curriculum that teachers are supposed to be teaching would throw that off a little bit. It's not impossible, certainly doable, but we'd want to be mindful of the scope and sequences that we've given the teachers that are aligned to our benchmarks, so we can monitor the progress of students toward meeting the standards. As you know, a couple months ago, we presented our performance on CAS. The board expressed some concerns about the performance of our students, particularly across our sub-student groups. We have a new science adoption that we're pushing in. So teachers are learning a lot. Teachers are, what they're teaching has changed in terms of curriculum materials, textbooks. The board has expressed that you want to know progress towards standards prior to CASP. So all of our benchmark assessments are based upon the scope and sequences that we've given the teachers, but certainly it's certainly doable. My point is that we want to go slow. So if schools are opting in, we'd want our curriculum folks to come in alongside the SPTA to be clear about the curricular impact to the instructional day. As you've heard from teachers in the past, the instructional day seems to be getting shorter and shorter, given the number of items that teachers have to teach now. So those would just be considerations.
So with that, I'll make a motion to approve the career pathway one and the one for Mr. Gallo, with the caveat that we make sure that it's done in a systematic way where it doesn't disrupt.
Yeah, and we're happy to facilitate that process.
You okay with that, Mike?
Sure.
So he may not end up expending all the money because you might not have that many schools that opt in, right?
Yeah, so I haven't looked at the schools that have opted in, so we'll hit the ground running, Mr. Gallo, to determine those schools, and we want to make sure that our agreements with our union to make curriculum assessment decisions in concert with them. We don't just kind of push in and make.
And the
decisions
good
for
thing is,
teachers.
it's still a lot less than the total amount of money. So, Ms. Christakis got a little something.
Okay. And then I know Ms. Rogers has a question as well.
Well,
I'll second that motion just so.
Well, I'm going to discuss your motions because I'm going to ask us how we went from all that was on there. You were including what Dr. Flores said, and then you were discussing what Mike said, right? Did you hear? Did they get a chance to explain to you about the mental health pathway? No, because they didn't. Dr. Perez was going to share a part of it.
I would
but
like
you
a
were,
friendly
but you were
amendment
saying, but
to
you were
add
saying
the
too,
mental health.
Well,
they're
Oh, you
all
thought
pathways.
the mental health was the pathway too?
They're all
Okay.
pathways
Yeah.
under what they've categorized
Right.
them as pathways. But the first thing I do want to clear, what you were saying, Dr. Mitchell, is that I don't think the board wants to push upon anybody that don't want to or don't have time. I don't think what you were saying is that these things are good, and which
Yes.
is what we want you all to recognize,
Yes.
that we're not duplicating something. I mean, and I hope you could be honest with us or
Absolutely.
somehow tell us, when something just doesn't seem a little like it's doable at all.
Absolutely.
Because we're very creative
No,
up
this
here,
is
I
certainly a
think.
doable project, a
Right.
worthwhile project.
But what I had mentioned to Mike was, so out of 23, because I thought it was just one thing, but I realized that it was 25, he said.
25.
So out of 25 schools, then some of those may be TSSP schools that need to be focusing on something different. And I think you all would be able to determine. Did you say no?
No, maybe.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they might be.
So I'm saying, and correct me if
Or
I'm wrong.
might- or-
So in some cases, we don't want to disrupt further when it comes to whatever needs to be done, right?
Yes.
And so that I definitely want to be clear. And then Dr. Perez was going to share out what that looks like. But I think the bigger question in the room is that we somehow discovered that was $1.8 million a few weeks back that we were going to work with, and then we had some other challenges. However, the question has to be, is it there, and then still whatever we're going to do with ransomware? Because I want to be clear on that. I don't want you just to agree, because we started off with, let me tell you where we are. We know that we also have late start, and sometimes it seems like, there's a big difference between 15 million and 1.8. That's not going to put a dent in late start anyway. But on the other end, where are we getting it from? What are we affecting? And what should we really be doing? Absolutely, I want a mental health pathway, because I think that probably, in my personal opinion, can supersede, because this is my personal thing, I think can supersede some that are not working. Because I've been on campuses where people were struggling, and maybe they didn't want to share it out. They wanted to do it, but they didn't have the expertise, they didn't have the bandwidth, and it just really was in name only, which, Danny, you've spoke to that about doing, if we're doing something, not just do it just because the sound bite is good, we have the pathway of whatever. This one, as Dr. Perez can share out, but where do we put that? Where do we want to put it? Because we're looking at 630,000 right now between what you brought about. Because even Dr. Flores, with yours, when you told us earlier, I think it was less, but they went back and did some work until you went from Arroyo to 12 pathways, and then you did the thing.
I talked with Dr. Marsden, and it's more fair to allocate to everybody.
Right, and
I saw a need,
and that would have been a question.
And then I I talked to him actually.
Right,
and
and that's fine. Because the question first, when I first thought, I thought, what are other schools going to say? And so the right thing to do is find out what does the whole thing really look like and what we're doing. So I get that's how the number
well,
went up.
I'm glad that Dr. Mitchell did the research to
So
see
Dr.
what,
Perez, we just
to see what is needed at all those 12.
And I think it's critical that she has identified the money as one-time money.
Right.
So
and that's the
I guess the part I'm confused about, we're going to create a new pathway. And that's
no, it's not new. These are the ones we have already.
So let's let Dr. Perez make a quick comment on the discussion around the mental health pathway.
Oh,
Sure.
mental health. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So the $350,000 would be the initial startup money that would be needed to get to the mental health pathway going. And then we would be looking at and reevaluating all of our current pathways to see what's working and what's not working, so we create sustainability. And any pathway, when you initially get it up and running, is where the bulk of your investment is going to go, because we're going to need to create the coursework and the sequence, create partnerships, ideally with Valley and Cal State for some concurrent enrollment. So it's going to take a little bit of money to get it up and running, but then the sustainability will be less than the $350,000. At the same time, we'll be reevaluating other pathways to ensure that everything is working at an optimal, ideal place, and maybe adjusting dollars based on what we find.
And just the last thing I want to say, even with the mental health pathway, a lot of our contractors that come to us, they're doing trauma-informed care in bits and pieces. So we got, whether it's domestic violence or whether it's, synergies or whatever, it needs to align.
So
and that's
I'll
what we're
modify
not
my
doing.
motion to include that.
I'll modify my second.
See, the thing is that we still have other board members that might want to also include things, and that's where I want to find out how does that even look like
We're having a discussion now. It's agendized.
Are there any other board members? No?
Dr. Hill doesn't. She don't want us to do any of it. She said that we should.
Mr. Tillman and other board members, I preface my comment with recommendations for what we do with our schools. Suggestions are good. It's not a matter of good. It's a matter of financing. And we have our top 10, and I know Mr. Gallo said money is not involved with it.
I didn't say wasn't involved. I didn't say wasn't involved. That wasn't the driver. It's not a top 10 financial of the financial expenditures.
Well, it's the same. Mr. Gallo was saying,
There's
I want
cost
10
to
pairs of
everything.
shoes. You got to pay for
Right,
them. No
there's
one's going
cost
to give them to you.
everything. Right. There's cost to everything. But the
Okay.
top 10 was not by a cost allocation curve.
Well, SB
It was an
328
element.
is a part of
It
the
was an
top
element of
10,
it.
and there's a cost
Yeah.
slapped on this paper for that of
Right.
a few million.
That's 2 years from now, though.
All right.
Okay, we'll wait 2 years and
Yeah,
start
right.
working on
I
it. Thank you.
So I do, I've been patiently trying to see how I can maneuver this one. So it's not, mine's is not on here, and that is it kind of goes along with the mental health portion, but this is actually more training for the counselors to deal with trauma. And this is more, I think this is what we look for all students, and I mentioned to you the ravening therapy. I want all our counselors to go through extensive training, specifically dealing with trauma, so that they can work with all students, regardless if maybe they might have small.
Dr. Mitchell has plenty of training money.
That pertains to that one.
Yeah.
Madam
Dr.
President, I
Mitchell?
call
Yes.
for the vote.
Okay.
That's true.
All right, so
Professional
then we'll
development.
go ahead and call for the vote. Any further discussion before I do this so? If not, yes, Dr. Wyatt?
Madam President, I just want clarification again on what we're finally voting on, because there's been a lot of discussion.
3 things.
So let's hear them.
The $430,000 one that Dr. Flores talked about.
480.
480. The 150 for Mike Gallows, and the 350 for Gwen Rogers.
Which one of Mr. Gallows?
Not the food truck.
Not the food truck. I like the
So you have a total of $980,000 that you're approving.
How much?
Dr. White, it's a total of $980,000. 980,000 is a total.
Thank you, Madam President and Mr. Tillman.
Okay. All those, oh, yes. Dr. Hill?
Is that the same 1+ million that the 7 of us were going to split?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that means 3 of us have not been able to get anything. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No. So we have 1, Dr. Hill. And any abstentions? Okay, motion carried. 6 to 1. Let's go ahead and move towards 9.2, which is basically is part of that conversation, which was one of the action items. Then let's go past 10.1, report by San Bernardino Teachers Association. I do not see them here. 10.2, report by California School Employees Association. I do not see them here. 10.3, report by Communication Workers of America. I do not see them here. 10.4, report by San Bernardino School Police Officers Association. None. 10.5, comments by school board members. And we're going to start with Dr. Wyatt, who has been patient. So, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Not much left actually to discuss, and I apologize for not saying it when Dr. Perez and Dr. Vicandova and their team was here, but after looking at the report, they do have a plan actually for our foster youth service students, and that's our ATLAS plan, our Access to Learning for All Students. So I would just want to continue to monitor that and see how we're doing in regards to progress on meeting the needs of those kids. And just to echo what some of our board members have already said, I really did enjoy and learn a lot from the bullying workshop that we attended last week that was hosted by Dr. Vicandova and her team. What was really nice to see as well, though, was many of our local districts who were in attendance. They actually had 2 sessions because it was so popular that the morning session was a full house, and we got lucky to be able to go to the second session. They made some room for us and some of our board members. So just a collaboration again between our districts and being a leader in addressing bullying and what's happening in our schools, because I don't think our community, the public, really knows exactly what we're doing out there. So, we want to rest assured to them and let them know that we have some incredible programs that are happening out there and quite effective. Will bullying, we'll be able to take care of it 100%? Probably never. But we definitely are doing a heck of a job on addressing it, and we need to know where it is. And, we have to know the difference between, as I think Dr. Hill said, between teasing and bullying and what's repetitive and pervasive. Those are areas that kind of distinguish the difference between bullying and maybe horseplay. So, but I learned a lot at their training, and matter of fact, it's something I want to send a number of my staff and administrators to, and I recommend folks that are out there listening to be able, if they have room and space, for us to go, because it's an outstanding presentation. I can only imagine the rest of the training that our staff and administrators are receiving. So, Dr. Perez, good job to you and your team.
Thank you. Dr. Flores?
Well, I have an announcement to make, and I know you already know this, but on October 20th, Dr. Diaz, Steven Diaz, and I were married in Madera, California.
Woo-hoo.
So just want to let the public know, right? And both our families were there and friends, and my 96-year-old mother got to go. That's why we had it there. And it was beautiful. We had a great time. It was a very traditional Mexican wedding. I'll bring pictures later. But it was really, I thought it was magical and very sacred space. We had the Cuarteto de Oaxaca, de Bellas Artes, come, and the lead tenor, sing, and of course mariachis, right? And we had a traditional Mexican meal, chicken mole and rice and beans and chile verde, and of course tortillas.
Yes.
So it was really beautiful. And my cousins did everything. My cousin's a baker, she baked the cake. My other cousin is a decorator, event planner, she did that. Another cousin's sons did were the DJs,
So you had the
it was a
madrinas-
family
madrinas and
affair.
padrinos there.
Anyway, it was great. So I wanted to thank you all for all your congratulations as well. And I have two asks, and I guess Dr. Marsden's not here, but I would like an update on the Renaissance Learning pilot that has been proposed. That I think you met with them. I'm not quite sure where we're at with it, but they wanted to pilot gratis access to like a lot of books to our kids for reading for our literacy campaign. So Dr. Mitchell would like to know the status of it. And then also the Latino Task Force. I went on our website. It's not on our website. I would like to request that we place it on our website, just as we have the African American Task Force, and that we also have the agendas on there. We have the minutes posted and the meeting dates so that people can go to it. And also, I've gotten requests that people put their emails on the sheets, and they haven't gotten emails, so I would like to request that we do that. And hopefully we'll get more people, Dr. Mitchell, next time. And I was just thinking, maybe, principals invite, 3 to 5 parents or something, just to make sure that they, have a special invitation, especially what President Medina has requested, that we have, Latino parents that are not EL parents, that we have a representation, given that 79% of our student population is Latino. So that's all I have. So thank you.
All right, great, thank you. And then you did note that, because Dr. Marsden wasn't here, for what her asks were, right? Okay, good. Then Dr. Hill?
Thank you and congratulations. The photos on Facebook were lovely. So thank you and congratulations. My words will be few, and hopefully I don't hurt anybody's feelings, but I'm concerned when we change the rules in the middle of the game, and I think we did that tonight. And personally, I like fair play. I like being open and fair, transparent, and I'm not feeling that right now. So if the rules gonna change as we see fit, then let me know it's okay, so that I can do the same. It's not something I want to do, because I'm a follower of the rules. I'm a follower of policy and procedure, and I think I pretty much understand my role as a board member, as to what our role is, and I'm not feeling that right now, and I think it's only fair that I share with you. But I am going to say to the superintendent and cabinet, I hope you are living by the vision you have for this district, and that you're going to do what's right. And if some things are happening that you aren't in agreement with, someone needs to speak up. Someone needs to speak up. Otherwise, I don't think we are being true to our students, to our parents, not even to ourselves. So all I'm saying is, let your conscience be your guide, and I'm going to do my best to let mine be mine. But right now, I'm not feeling the unity we should have, because I'm feeling some people are going through the back door or the front door, when many of us have to go through the back door. So thank you. I love you all. I love you all. I'm not liking you right now. Thank you.
Fair enough. Ms. Rogers?
Thank you. And also congratulations to you as well. My comment will be, again, I had my only kind of comment that rose to the occasion was, again, to thank the student service and the bullying and all of that, because that is just a huge thing in our community and all over the nation. But this is not the first time I've ever said I concern myself about the areas where I can have the greatest control. I'd like to be able to help everywhere and everybody. But I think with us starting as leaders, to walk in a room last week and see, other cities sitting in the room, taking notes, asking questions about things we have been innovative about doing is a good feeling, because a lot of times, people are out there scrambling what to do, and we've been very courageous about a lot of things. Sometimes it was difficult, doing it, but then the greater good came down to what is best. And what's best is, we know that our students are crying out. We heard some tonight, whether it's defined as bullying or whatever the case may be, at least that we have a team that will come and be able to make some assessments, but more importantly, respond to the need that the parent and the student have. So I'm grateful for that. I'm looking forward. Again, Dr. Marsden, as I said, I think this is something we can lead right here in our community by whether it's in our board meeting, where we're going to highlight and be able to say, please join us in our board meeting as we share out about bullying, and again, be the first to do something that is going to be helpful for others that are already coming to our meetings and trying to find out. And this is not the first time. This is other things. We applaud the Late Start team with Dr. Volkemer, where others are calling and questioning. It was difficult and hard, and I remember sitting in the board meeting a couple of years ago and trying to talk to the board from both sides of what we just went to gather information. And guess what? Fast forward, it is coming to life right now. So because we are ahead, we don't have to go back and try to create notes. We have our own notes to look at. So I applaud you all for doing that, and have a great night.
Okay, Mr. Gallo?
Yeah, thank you. I want to know if we could maybe get a report on our innovation grants and how we've been kind of doing, how those have been doing over the last couple of years. There's really some great ones that you guys went through an entire selection process on, and sure love to hear how those things are going. So I know we kind of usually do that at some point during the year.
Yeah, it'd be our pleasure.
And I'm just not sure when we've had another one, but it's really neat to celebrate some of those things. And I had a few teachers ask me about, is it appropriate for our nutritional services to, and I'm sure we're allowed to do this, but to perhaps have a meal like during the firefighters' efforts during this past week. It would have been nice to maybe do something like that, have nutritional services, serve them a buffet meal or something up at they were at the park at Waterman and 40th Street and stuff, and that was a great idea, I thought. But I'm not sure. Yeah, I know who pays for it. Is it district? Are we allowed to do that or not? Could it be maybe we lead it and get some church donations and other kinds of things that does it? So I'm not sure if that's like a gift of, public funds and stuff to do that. But yeah, it might be just something to ask. I said I'd ask about it, and that'll be great. So yeah, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Tillman?
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Okay. I do have, was it past week that the special ed department had a coffee with the directors, which was nice because that way they were able to speak about the programs and what they're doing, and then having parents discuss on any issues that they might have or any concerns that they might have. So they provided this blue sheet, which was a great way of having parents still address some of the issues they have with their own child, and then having the district look at those and address those. Those are going to be a great way to try to, whenever we have certain meetings and if there are issues within special ed, that way the department's able to address those issues directly instead of having it where you have parents complain and there's no follow through. So I think that was a great way to address some of the issues. When you look at what Dr. Hill said, and I understand her frustration at times, because in reality it does feel like there's certain, and where there's they have either more of the experience or just having their relationship with someone in the district that are able to add items. So I just want to make sure that we are being mindful of that, and not abusing that power as well, because we all have certain powers that we and we definitely don't want to abuse that. And that's basically it for right now. Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Rogers.
Dr. Volkermer, on the question around the bullying, I did want to add that it would be important for students to be a part of that presentation. So I just wanted to make sure that was noted.
Okay. And then Dr. Marsden, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. So just a couple quick things. Board and community, just to remind you, tonight is our last board meeting in this room. Next time we meet, we'll meet together in a new Board of Ed. So just remember that, mark it down, December 10th. We'll start in our new boardroom. So excited to do that. So keep that, please note that, and we'll remind you as well. And then board, please mark your calendars if you haven't already. November 13th plans to be a pretty big day as our 8th annual community gathering for excellence. We'll have Susie Levine, former U.S. Ambassador to Switzerland, who crafted the governor's agenda, helped to craft the governor's agenda on apprenticeships, be speaking to the entire community, and she'll be speaking on the topic of apprenticeships and success in the U.S. and what that might look like. We'll be pleased to have a small contingent of folks engaged with our Link Learning Alliance and Pathways team members, workforce team members, county leaders, state leaders, and workforce development. So excited about that event. And then finally wanted to mention to you that we had one of our own schools, Norton, is featured in the CNC Computer Numerically Controlled West October-November magazine issue. CNC West is a magazine dedicated to a Western metal working manufacturing industry. This issue highlights Principal Elizabeth Cochran-Benoit and her staff's work to successfully implement a high-quality computer programming manufacturing program at the elementary level that allows students to build upon their previously learned skills as they integrate additional skills at each grade level. Hard copies of the magazine are forthcoming, but at least for now you have that copy there, so it's pretty neat to see our staff highlighted. So those are all my comments for the night.
Okay, great. Let's go ahead and move along. Let's go to 11.1, approval of consent items. Are there any items to?
So moved.
Second. Okay. The discussion
Board, we do have, one item that we do need to read in some changes to on 11.25, and so we can.
11.12.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
That was the one I was going to pull.
11.12. So why don't we pull it and then we'll read in those changes. And then I believe we also have a read-in for 11.25. 11.25.
Oh, I was going to pull that one.
We'll pull both of those items. Staff are pulling those items, and then we'll
all right.
house
And then
the board to weigh in.
Oh, you're pulling 11.25 from the
Staff is
consent?
pulling items 11.12 to read in changes and 11.25. So once we've read in changes, then the board can ensure it's they can continue its conversation around that time.
Okay, and then I'm
So
also.
are you pulling them for tonight, or are you going to change them?
No, we're going to read in changes for tonight. So we're pulling them to discuss, read in, and then take a vote on those items.
And
I would. Oh, go ahead.
11.4. Go ahead.
12.2.
Is in action items.
Oh, is it? I'm sorry.
Yes, that's okay.
Sorry.
That's all right. Any other items? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Okay, motion carried. Let's go to 11.4. I actually want to make sure that I want to put to reject this and to look for another company. Nestle Water has been extracting water here in the mountains, and there's been a lot of environmental implications that they've been doing here in the area, and plus this is something that we can definitely look at other alternatives. So I would love to try to look at what other company we can use, and that we can negotiate with.
Yeah, let me turn that over to Ms. Christakos, and she can share with the board any potential impact.
Can I make a comment before she does? Okay. When I saw this too, I thought, why are we giving a contract to someone in Louisville, Kentucky, when we could give it to one of our local, water distributors? So, right.
Yeah, we'll let Ms. Christakos weigh in.
So I do not have what process, and Ms. Love is not here this evening, that we went through. She generally does a RFP or whatever is required for this. So and she's not here. So I don't want to hold up, or it could be a ratifying. We might not have a choice because this was
Well,
a
the
process.
thing is that we can
Table it.
definitely pick another company. That's all I'm asking.
We
is
might
to-
have already gone through the process to select someone, so
Well, then
we'll
I
just
would
go
like-
ahead and pull it.
Yes.
And then we'll bring it back. Just know that it may be a ratification if we're tied into something. We don't
But-
want to cut off service to our school sites.
No, but we definitely want to look at another company
Okay.
that we can use. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go to 11.12.
Thank you, Madam President. So we have
No,
a
they pulled it, so we don't have to vote. Yeah.
so we have a read-in.
On 11.12, it is not disputed. It is a change order with CJ Acoustics, so that the beginning, we just will remove disputed. Under public content, after be it resolved that the Board of Education approve, we'll remove disputed. It will say change orders, and we'll eliminate the last whereas. This was according to County Council.
Okay, and this is, and I didn't read the language, disputed change order with CG Acoustics, Inc. and RIS Electrical Contractors, Inc. regarding the Board of Education Building Remodel Plumbing Bid Packages numbers 06 and number 10.
Correct.
Okay, so then, can I have a motion?
Before we do that, I'd like to clarify what last whereas, Ms. Christakis.
At the
the Board
bottom
of-
where it says, whereas a dispute has arisen over the methodology of completing the additional work
Oh,
and
that one.
processing, that will
Okay.
be removed.
Or
So
stricken.
moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Okay, motion carried. 11.24.
25.
Is it 24 or 25?
25. And Dr.
25,
Mitchell
okay.
will
Yes.
read in those changes.
Yes, Board. We've made some significant changes to this contract. The contract will, the changes we need read in will reflect that this contract will be administered over a 3-year period with a not to exceed amount of $180,000, which comes out to $60,000 per year. Similar services that are described. When we originally requested the contract, we told the contractor to consider all of our schools. We've thought that was a bit aggressive, and so we're going to roll out a batch of schools a year.
Okay.
So I have,
Yes.
so Dr. Mitchell, so how many schools are they going to work
We're
with?
going to start with 9 a year, and we're starting with our schools with the highest attendance of African American students and our lowest performance. And he will be doing, Dr. Howard is a renowned educator out of UCLA, published author on particularly on the issue of culturally responsive teaching. He'll provide site-based PD for those schools in the pilot. He will then also provide site visits where they'll observe classrooms and give technical assistance and coaching to teachers and administrators. He'll also do a couple parent workshops. And then this is also a continuation of our work with the Lindsays over the past 3 years, where he will continue the foundation that they laid and get a little bit more from moving from cultural.
I'm really glad that he's going to focus on culturally responsive pedagogy,
Yes.
because I do know his work. He's an expert, and I would really like to see that in our ethnic studies. I mean, he's going to do it in our elementary schools, right?
Yes,
Okay.
across the K-12. We're first targeting our highest enrollment, lowest performance among African American students in our schools. We wanted to go start with fewer schools to have a greater impact. And so, as you know, the Lindsays talked about more of a mindset.
Right.
Dr. Howard's coming in talking about teaching practices.
Right, that's really good, because our kids do need to see themselves in the pedagogy, and they need to see themselves in the literature and all the aspects, in terms. I'm assuming that's what he's going to be doing.
Absolutely.
Right, okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Those were my questions earlier.
So moved.
I have a question. I have a question.
Ms. Rogers?
I just needed clarity on what did you say we're adjusting to this? He's going to do this work for 3 years?
Yeah, so originally, so Dr. Howard was insisted upon, and we agreed with him. He did not want to be kind of a fly-by-night professional development. He wanted to be embedded in our district, similar to what we're doing with Dr. Reeves, where we do multi-year program contracts so that we get the full commitment.
So I'm going to ask that we need to create some kind of protocol policy in place as to when we do that and when we not, because there's other people that, can come and say, and nothing about his work. This is totally separate. This
Absolutely,
is board making board decisions long term, so that we don't run back and forth with this. But are you telling me the Lindsays were a reoccurring contract for 3 years, or did we reevaluate them every? Not reevaluate them. Did they resubmit for their work each year?
We initially started with a 2-year contract, and then we extended it by 1 year, and then
Right.
based upon feedback.
And I think that's what's been our normal practice outside, because hopefully everybody that's coming to do work they all say they're doing good work.
Got it.
I get concerned when we just automatic, and this is not picking on one person, it's just the actual practice. We're not the Department of Behavioral Health where they do RFPs and then it's reoccurring. And there's a reason why they do that, because there's some specific outcomes that are set that they do come in and do some extensive work. But what I'm trying to say is this the direction we're going. We got to be consistent. When is it this magnitude of versus a smaller person coming in with a 25 or a 10,000 or whatever?
So our intent here is we do this with speakers of greater magnitude, to be real honest with you.
Right.
Dr. Reeves, we're not going to just always be able to schedule year after year. Dr. Howard is not going to be one.
And I hear what you're saying.
Yes.
I want something put in place.
I
We
understand.
have to do something, because the next person will stand up in here and be able to explain to us why they are the same thing. And I hear what you're saying.
So this is our recommendation. That's
Right. And
that-
so
that
this
may
is
be
your
the diff- that's-
recommendation.
may be
But
the
I'm just
difference,
saying,
too.
board, we just need to make sure that we're going to be consistent, because that's exactly, we're right back at Dr. Hill, and this is the times when we get frustrated with, we do one thing because it's really good and we're all on board, and I think he does absolutely great work. I wouldn't recommend or wouldn't be speaking to someone I didn't think they did great work, and hopefully you guys wouldn't bring us a person that's not going to do good work. What I'm talking about is the long term, putting something in place that says you're good for the next 3 years. I just disagree with that.
Can I clarify one last clarification too? So each year he'll be evaluated, and certainly public contracts can be broken next month for that matter. So I want to assure you of that. All public contracts by school districts can be broken at any time. But certainly with him, a person who's hard to schedule, what we want to be able to utilize is our summers when our schools are out, and to continue that work. So
And I don't doubt that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is I feel more comfortable when we are making that decision.
Oh, I see.
Because I can't tell another person, oh, well, just because your great work is smaller, in capacity. I can't explain it as a board member.
I understand.
Because if you're coming before us and you all are agreeing that your 10,000 or your $1 million work is good, it should be good.
For
period.
I see.
The second question is what we have in place, the protocol as to how we determine your next good, because we should be always evaluating, period. But evaluating with it, we can break any of the contracts, because we've been through this conversation. We know we can do that. What I'm just saying is just when we are saying that this is going to be this item, it's earmarked.
I see.
I
So
just-
are you
I have a
saying
problem with that.
would you rather me break it into three?
I would rather it come back the way I thought all of our contracts do. When it's
Okay.
up, it's time. You come back in plenty enough time. And what
Yeah.
we run into with the
continue.
district is a lot of times the those with contracts will come back to us and say we're ready to go to work. Then they want to work.
Got it.
The contract is not done.
Got it.
One time we had where a person was already doing some work. The board disagreed. We got into a situation we had to pull back. We just have to put something in place
So
when we're going to
maybe
do something
I
like
think
that.
if I hear Ms. Rogers correctly, what you're actually looking for is a protocol that helps us in
To
our
do
decision
multi-year.
making, specifically around contracts, and that I think we can do. So
Absolutely.
we'll
Absolutely.
take that as a task for cabinet to develop a protocol that'll help us with this. Yeah.
And then Dr. Hill, you had a question or comment?
Dr.
I'm sorry,
Flores?
Dr. Flores. I'm sorry.
Gwen, when I was a consultant, I would pitch a 3-year contract because it would take me that long of time working with staff to transform their pedagogy. And so, and yes, you know, based on evaluations, it was renewed, you know, but I did get a 3-year contract. And sometimes I continued for another 2 years, for 5 years, because the work still needed to be done. Dr. Howard's credentials are stellar. Right. I know, but going back to the protocol, you know, what we don't see here are the goals, all the nitty gritty. I'm just assuming, because I've been a consultant, that he is going to work with a cadre of teachers, principals, and they're going to implement, you know, critical, I mean, culturally relevant, responsive pedagogy, and that takes time. That takes time because, you know, mindset, ideology, types of curriculum, all those things in terms, and also strategy. So it does take time, and so I mean, 3 years is a good time frame, because we may want him for longer. And
again, I'm not questioning his work at all. I want to be clear. If he was watching this right now, I know his work. I know it's great. I've followed his work.
You're just asking for protocol.
I'm asking for protocol because I won't be talking to Dr. Howard more than I will be talking to the community that won contracts. And if I say, I don't even want to get into the contract of who's better than who, because you shouldn't even be doing business with us if you're not up to par. And I work for the Department of Behavioral Health, where this is true RFPs. But true RFPs have you coming in back and forth, checking in on your 3-year innovative contract to prove that whether we need to cut it off right now, and Scott, and you're familiar on the county side as well, these determinations will be made long before you think they're going to make a determination, well into the 3 years. Plus, the big part of it is no different than doing work with youth. You don't want to cut off in the midst of something that's good just because something occurred. Now we're 2.5 years into it, or a year and a half, and you're still going to have to break. So this is my problem, and also knowing if it's going to be based on this size contract, this size work, this credential, then put it out there, because I know I'm not going to be. I'm going to get that call. I've already gotten one not too long ago.
All right, Dr. Mitchell, you're going to go ahead and note that to make sure that we make that change.
Yeah. So back to Dr. Marsden's commitment that what we're hearing is a clear criteria and protocol, so that we can communicate with our partners why we would consider a multi-year contract, why we would not, and the evaluative pieces of those contracts as well.
All right. Okay, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carried. Let's go to a 12.1 Personnel Report number 8, dated November 5th, 2019.
As presented.
Okay.
So moved.
Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carried. 12.2, modification to the ratification form for English learners in grades 1 through 12 to FEP, which is, where is it? RFEP. Okay. So I need a.
So moved.
Okay. Any discussion?
Yes.
Dr. Flores?
I'm going to vote no, board, and I want you to know why. Because throughout the state, there are districts that are going to contest this, and I hope that we will. And we're the first district that has to adhere to it, because we were audited. We're the first ones audited. And other districts are not going to follow it because they haven't been audited. And they're going to go before, and parents are going to storm the State Board of Education to change it back to 3. So, but I just want you to know why I'm voting no. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so then so we call for the vote.
I moved it. It's been second.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. I will vote nay as well against it. So it's 5-2. Motion carried. 12.3, resolution of District Emergency Pacuma K-8 School.
So moved.
Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carried. 12.4, consideration and approval of the amendment to employment contract superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Okay, motion carried. 13, summary of board requests.
And
Dr.
thank you, board, by the way.
Okay. You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam President. I have all the following follow-ups from this evening's board meeting. Number one, put together an information campaign and flyers, et cetera, to inform families about the dangers of vaping. Second, provide what our consequences are for cutting class. Third, and as part of that information campaign, knowing what to look for, and that vaping devices and paraphernalia are not allowed at school, but using pictures and making sure that parents know what to look for and be on the lookout so they're not sending those items to school. Provide an update on the Renaissance Learning Pilot. Next one is make sure that the information on the Latino Task Force is up to date on the website, including agenda, minutes, dates, etc., and make sure that email responses have been given to those who have had email inquiries. Provide a report on our innovation grants. Next is explore our ability to provide meals for firefighters and our first responders, and then provide a bullying prevention report that would include students. Those are the follow-ups that I noted.
Okay, thank you. And then we're going to go ahead and 14.1, approve to adjourn. Okay, call for the vote. I always get confused with this one. All right, so anyways, we're going ahead. Meeting adjourned. Next board meeting will be December the 10th. At December the 10th at the Board of Education meeting, 777 North F Street, San Bernardino. See you all there, the new board meeting. Good night, everyone.